Our world today is full of opportunity, but it's also full of challenges, both to business and to investment. For countries to develop their economies, achieve their sustainable development goals, and create new jobs, they need to have access to finance and be able to mitigate political and commercial risk. So, to cater for the needs of the private sector in its member countries, the Islamic Development Bank Group created 3 dedicated business arms. Working with ISDB group organizations means you gain more support for your projects, Islamic finance for your trade, and Islamic insurance against business risk. The Islamic Corporation for the Insurance of Investment and Export Credit, or ICIEF, helps to enlarge the scope of cross-border trade and facilitates foreign investment into IOC member countries. Our Sharia-compliant insurance and reinsurance solutions gives you the confidence to enter new markets, while minimizing risk and making your business more competitive. Well positioned in the credit and political risk industry, our range of products is widely accepted across the business community, helping member countries to grow their economies. The Islamic Corporation for the Development of the Private Sector, or ICD, provides access to Sharia-compliant finance. Our mission is to help businesses like yours thrive and in turn boost the economic growth of the private sector in all our member countries. Islamic finance, mid to long-term finance, industry finance, large-scale infrastructure finance. Whether you're a deep-rooted establishment or a startup enterprise, our portfolio of finance solutions will help your business achieve its ambitions. We want businesses to flourish, and not just within their home markets. To catalyze trade, we founded the International Islamic Trade Finance Corporation, or ITFC. By enhancing intra-OIC trade, we contribute to the growth of imports and exports in our member countries. Our solutions strengthen economies within, between, and beyond our member countries. With integrated trade solutions, including Sharia-compliant trade finance and trade development programs, our client partnerships are designed to ensure their business success. Together, our organizations address every challenge your business faces through a comprehensive partnership formula. ICD finances your projects. ITFC finances and boosts your trade deals. ICIEF ensures your investment and export transactions. And ISDB's Group Business Forum, THICA, promotes synergy among ISDB group member countries. The result is a perfect ecosystem for your business to grow.
Neden katılım bankacılığı biliyor musunuz? Aslında cevap çok basit. Katılım bankacılığı, birlikte kazanmayı, bununla birlikte inanç ve değerlerimizi yok saymadan kazanmayı esas alır. Katılım bankacılığı, yatırımlarınızın doğru yerlere kanalize edilerek hem sizlerin hem de bankanızın adilce kazandığı bir sistemdir. Nasıl mı? Bir işe yatırım yaptığınızı ya da emeğinizi koyduğunuzu düşünün. O işten alnınızın teriyle elde ettiğiniz kar ne kadar hakkınızsa, birikiminizi katılım bankacılığında değerlendirerek elde ettiğiniz kar payı da o kadar hakkınızdır. Bizce kazanç kadar nasıl kazanıldığı da önemlidir. Bu yüzden katılım bankacılığında şeffaflık esastır. Birikiminizin nerede, ne şekilde değerlendirildiğini bilirsiniz. Böylece bankanızın yaptığı yatırıma, dolayısıyla bu yatırımdan elde edilen kâra ve zarara katılım bankasıyla birlikte ortak olursunuz. Paranız hem kanuni düzenlemelere hem de faizsiz bankacılık ilkelerine uygun yönetilmiş ve değerlendirilmiş olur. Bu sayede birikimleriniz inançlarınıza ters düşecek alanlara değil, toplum sağlığına hizmet eder. Kısaca sizlere daima güler yüzlü ve kaliteli hizmet veren katılım bankacılığı, aynı değerlerle yoğrulmuş, aynı yoldan geçmiş, aynı toprağa basan, aynı havayı soluyan bizlerin bankacılığıdır. Gücümüzü birleştirip Birlikte üretmek, birlikte kazanmaktır. Çünkü siz kazandıkça, birlikte kazandıkça, omuz omuza bir oldukça biliyoruz ki Türkiye kazanır, Türkiye güçlenir. Türkiye katılımla güçleniyor.
The Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC, is the world's second largest international organization after the United Nations, with almost 1.8 billion people and 57 member countries spread over 4 continents. Since its establishment 40 years ago in Ankara, the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries, SESRIC, has been the first subsidiary organ of the OIC, with the objective to serve the OIC and its member countries in the areas of statistics, economic and social research, and training and technical cooperation. To strengthen the existing ties and cooperation between Islamic countries, there is an obvious need for reliable and consistent data and information. Serving as the statistical databank of the OIC, SESRIC contributes to the efforts of member countries to explore each other's potential and needs in order to enhance cooperation among themselves in various areas of socio-economic development. To serve this purpose, SESRIC collates and processes socio-economic statistics from the databases of national statistical offices of member countries and international organizations, and disseminates a large number of economic and social statistical indicators through various statistical applications developed by SESRIC, such as the OIC Statistics Database, OIC Countries in Figures, and others. In addition, SESRIC serves as the Secretariat of the OIC Statistical Commission, the only OIC corporation forum in the field of statistics, which convenes every year at the level of heads of the national statistical offices of the member countries and representatives of regional and international organizations to assess the possibilities for cooperation through exchange of views and best practices. In the field of statistics, SESRIC also organizes capacity-building programs to share knowledge and experience among the national statistical offices of the member countries and improve their institutional capacities and human resources. In the field of economic and social research, SESRIC follows up, evaluates and analyzes the current socio-economic situation in the member countries and reports on this situation through its technical background research reports, which cover a wide range of areas including, but not limited to, trade, education, health, agriculture, poverty, environment, science and technology, transportation, tourism, and vulnerable social groups such as children, youth, women, and elderly people. These reports identify the problems and challenges facing member countries in these areas and suggest solutions for cooperation. In addition to these reports, SESRIC contributes to the policy dialogue mechanism within the OIC framework by preparing and leading the preparation of strategy documents, including programs of action, roadmaps and cooperation frameworks on various socio-economic fields and in accordance with the decisions and resolutions adopted by various relevant OIC platforms. SESRIC also shares the outcomes and findings of academic studies and papers in the field of development and cooperation in Islamic countries with the public through a quarterly published academic journal, Journal of Economic Cooperation and Development. The OIC member countries spread over almost 25% of the world land area on 4 continents and constitute 24% of the world's population with a wealth of natural resources, youth and dynamic human resources, fast-growing economies, and strategic trading regions. The OIC member states are also a center of attraction owing to their historical, cultural, and touristic values. However, although there are areas where these countries have relatively significant advantages, they are still lagging behind in many areas such as education, health, science and technology, and human development. Their shares in global production, trade, and foreign investment are still below the desired levels. SESRIC works to develop solutions to the various problems and challenges facing the member states through the cooperation and solidarity approach and by activating the great potential of these countries. SESRIC thus plays a significant role in enhancing the South-South cooperation within the OIC community by using various modalities such as institutional and human resources capacity building programs, seminars, workshops, symposiums, conferences, and similar events for sharing knowledge and experience, field study visits, vocational education and skills training, cooperation portals, expert networks and rosters. Over the past few years, SESRIC has embarked upon several capacity-building projects and initiatives that enhanced knowledge transfer in different contexts based on mutuality, unity, and solidarity. While implementing several projects, SESRIC adopts a tripartite cooperation mechanism where member countries are actively involved to share knowledge, technology, expertise, and best practices, i.e. provider country, beneficiary country, and SESRIC as facilitator. SESRIC also contributes to the development efforts of individual member countries by supporting disadvantaged groups such as refugees and asylum seekers through specific projects aimed at developing vocational and entrepreneurial skills. While facilitating the transfer of knowledge and experience among the relevant institutions in the member countries, SESRIC maintains a dynamic partnership with various relevant stakeholders, including government entities, international institutions, non-government organizations, as well as the private sector. Initiating and implementing various new cooperation modalities, SESRIC will continue to support the sustainable development efforts of the OIC member states with a view to enhancing the solidarity and prosperity of the member countries and the Muslim Ummah at large.
The Islamic Development Bank has been a symbol of trust, credibility, strength and stability for over 44 years. As we build on our successes of the past, we look to the future. A future of growth, empowering communities to drive their own economic and social progress at scale, investing in the infrastructure that enables them to fulfill their potential, building collaborative partnerships between public and private sectors, communities and nations, supporting science, technology and innovation-led solutions which aid the UN Sustainable Development Goals.
university in the city of civilizations, Istanbul. From proud past to bright future. Among the world's top 500 sustainable universities, Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University prepares its students for illustration careers with its experienced academic staff, cutting-edge classrooms, technological research infrastructure, international collaborations, and diverse educational opportunities. Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is the proud winner of Good Governance and Green Campus Cambridge IFA 3G Award in the year 2020.
Our next winner comes from the higher education sector. The Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is the proud winner of the 3G University Campus of the year 2020.
Welcome. My name is Mehmet Bulut and I am the rector of Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, an international research university with over 11,000 students, 4,000 of whom are postgraduate students. Just last year, we were listed in top 500 sustainable university campuses around the world by Green Metrics. Our scholars are proud pioneers in the field of Islamic economics and finance, halal industry, political science and international relations. We believe in social responsibility and public service to humanity. In this spirit, we provide full sponsored education to students from the regional conflict zones to all of the world. Our university grows day by day, featuring a diverse community from more than 95 countries in a large, beautiful green campus with a minimal carbon footprint, with over 60 square kilometers set aside for sustainable agriculture. We believe in that the most important capital and value is well-educated young generation. From our noble past to bright future, we are trying to do our best on higher education.
Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is an international research university with over 10,000 students and an international student body hailing from over 87 countries to pursue degrees from among Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University's expansive selection of undergraduate and graduate programs. Science, exploration, innovation, art, sports, history, nature. The gates of the past that open into the future lay on this campus. Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University. Islamic economics is the collection of rules, values and standards of conduct that organize economic life and establish relations of production in an Islamic society. These rules and standards are based on the Islamic order as recognized in the Quran and Sunnah and the corpus of jurisprudence which was developed over the last 1400 years by thousands of jurists and academicians responding to the changing circumstances and evolving life of Muslims all over the globe. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance is the world's largest organization that enables its quest to be conducted in an academic environment. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance series have started in 1976. This series are considered among the most prestigious academic events in the field of Islamic economics and finance. In the last 45 years, significant contributions to both theory and practice of contemporary Islamic economics and finance have been realized through research and intellectual dialogue. It was held in Mecca, Saudi Arabia, and organized by the King Abdulaziz University. It was organized by International Islamic University, and participants came together in Islamabad, Pakistan. The conference moved into a different continent and held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The organizer was International Islamic University, Malaysia. The fourth conference was held in Loughborough, United Kingdom, and for the first time, it was being officially recognized by Western academic world. The name of the conference series has been changed, and it became International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. Fifth conference, with its new name, was held in Bahrain by the Organization of Bahrain University. It was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, and jointly organized by Indonesian Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank of Indonesia. By the 7th conference, a new session has been included. Hereupon, an Islamic Economics and Finance Education Symposium during the conference has been held as well. The organizer of the 7th conference was King Abdulaziz University, and it took place in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. 8th conference was the beginning of a new trend because more than 100 papers presented during the conference. It was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries and held in Doha, Qatar. Similar to 8th conference, 9th conference was one of the most productive events in the history of the series. In total, these two conferences have produced 5 English volumes and 2 Arabic volumes of the papers presented. 9th conference was held in Istanbul, Turkey, and organized by the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries. After 2 years, Doha became the host of the conference again. 10th conference was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and Economic and Social Research and Training Center of Islamic Countries. The final stop of the series was Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and International Islamic University, Malaysia, where Islamic Research and Training Institute and International Association for Islamic Economics undertook the organization. There are some cities that can welcome all in its rich culture and heritage. It can unite continents, oceans, roads, and give life to business. Even at the age of 8,500, they continue to inspire the world. Istanbul is one such city, the seat of 3 great empires, a city that embraces 2 continents and welcomes the sea at its heart. Istanbul is the only city to maintain its stance as an economic center in every period of history. Currently, Istanbul is standing out as the major economic center of the country with a GNP share of approximately 23%. Almost all the headquarters of insurance, leasing, factoring companies, and private finance firms are based in Istanbul. The Istanbul Stock Exchange, established as a free zone, is rapidly rising as one of the significant markets of the world. This great historical city is redefining itself as international finance, real estate, and tourism destination. In phase with previous conferences held in different parts of the world and organized by esteemed institutions, for the 2nd time, the conference is taking place in Istanbul, Turkey, under the theme Sustainable Development for Real Economy. 12th Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance will provide a platform for dialogue and discussions between policymakers, academicians, researchers, graduate students, and practitioners to address the problems of sustainable development in the 4th Industrial Revolution era from the perspective of Islamic economics and finance. It has been jointly organized by Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, Islamic Research and Training Institute, International Association for Islamic Economics, Hamad bin Khalifa University, and Participation Banks Association of Turkey. Finally, we would like to express our thanks to each author of 132 papers that will be presented during the conference. Welcome to 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance.
Assalamualaikum everyone. Welcome to the seventh session of our conference on International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. This session today will be about non-profit sector and its role in Islamic finance especially. Because the general subject is about non-profit sector, the presentations today will be about different aspects of the non-profit sector, such as the Hajj fund, the Waqf, and its role in healthcare, social finance, and its possible role in Islamic economics, microfinance, and Qard Hassan. We will have 5 presentations today. The list then is as follows. First, Rümeysa Bilgin from Istanbul Sabahattin University will make her presentation. The title of her presentation is a model proposal to overcome the financial difficulties of Hajj and Turkish Hajj Fund. The paper is prepared by İbrahim Güran Yumuşak from Istanbul Sabahattin University and Rümeysa Bilgin from the same university as well. But the paper will be presented by Ms. Rümeysa Bilgin. So the floor is yours, Ms. Rümeysa.
Thank you. I'm sharing my screen. I hope you can you see it now? No, I hope you
can.
Yeah,
we can.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see. We can see. Dr.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this conference because of this well-organized event, and I'm very happy to participate in it. Here I will present a paper, a joint paper with, as you said, my colleague, Professor İbrahim Güran Yumuşak from IZU, and we are proposing a model to overcome the financial difficulties of Hajj in Turkey. We are proposing a Turkey Hajj Fund. You can see the outline of this presentation. First of all, I will give an overview of Hajj pilgrimage. I will give you some statistics and we will discuss the cost of Hajj, and we will look at the current situation of Hajj organization in Turkey. After that, I will give you some details about the Hajj funds around the world. Actually, there are 4 Hajj funds: Malaysian, Indonesian, Maldives, and Jordanian Hajj funds. I will give you some details about these funds, and after that, we will make our proposition. Let's start with the overview of the Hajj pilgrimage. As we all know, it is one of the 5 pillars of Islam, and it requires a considerable investment of money, time, and physical effort, actually. And we also know that there's an increasing Muslim population around the world, and we have a limited capacity in our sacred places in Mecca. And because of this reason, actually, we can never satisfy this demand. I mean, it will never be possible for every Muslim who satisfies the necessary conditions to perform this worship in their lifetimes. So Saudi Arabian government just allocates an annual quota to each country. Actually, it is approximately 1% of the Muslim population in the country. In this table, you can see the last 10 years number of Hajj pilgrims. As you know, we have some locals. Actually, approximately 25% of each year's pilgrims are Saudi Arabians and the other countries. As you can see, until 2012, there was around 3 million pilgrims each year. But after that, there was some constructions in the Mecca, and because of this constructions, expansion projects, actually, the number of pilgrims decreased to 2 million. Also, in this second table, you can see the number of Hajj pilgrims by countries, and as you can see, alongside the Saudi Arabia, Indonesia, Pakistan, and India are sending the highest number of pilgrims because of their large Muslim populations. And as you can see, Turkey has only got 3% of this total pilgrims for 2017. By the way, this table is just present data for 2017. And the question of why Hajj is so expensive, why it's so expensive. The main reason is recent improvements in transportation, accommodation, and food services, especially the means of transportation, the selected means of transportation, I mean, is very important because more than 90 5% of all pilgrims are just using air travel, and it is the most expensive version of transportation. Besides this, the quality of accommodation is also another important determinant of this cost. As a result of all this, with commissions and brokerage fees, we have very expensive Hajj. We must fulfill very expensive Hajj duties. And now in this graph, you can see the comparison between the average annual income and the cost of Hajj for the selected Muslim countries. It was data from 2017, and as you can see, only Indonesia and Malaysia, average annual income is higher than the cost of Hajj. By the way, in these two countries, pilgrims, candidate pilgrims, and pilgrims are not paying all of this cost of Hajj, because the government, actually the Hajj funds, they have Hajj funds, and these Hajj funds subsidize some part of this cost of Hajj. When I look at the same information for Turkey, I found out that the cost of Hajj and the average annual income are neck to neck in 2017 for Turkey. When I have all this information, we can easily realize that Muslims all around the world need some medium or long-term financial planning for accumulating the necessary funds to perform this duty. And especially the waiting periods are very long in some countries because of these quota limitations and the increasing demand. And during these waiting periods, the maintenance of these accumulated funds are also very important. When we look at the Hajj organization in Turkey, we can say that the organization is currently carried out by the Directorate of Religious Affairs, DRA, and in 2020, more than 2 million applications were made, but our quota was only 83,000. Thus, Turkey used a draw from the applications for selecting who will, deciding who will go to the Mecca, and usually in this draw, actually, the applicants are given a coefficient according to number of years they are waiting. You can see the formula for the probability of being selected. In this formula, this one represents the number of years a candidate is waiting for, and since we are taking the square of it, it has a positive effect. I mean, the number of waiting years of an applicant increases, his or her chance of winning the draw also increases to a large extent. Now, in this second part, I will discuss the Hajj financing around the world. I will look at the country cases. As I said before, Indonesia, Malaysia, Maldives, and Jordan has their Hajj funds, and I will mention each one briefly. Let's start with Malaysia because it has the most important and most well-known Hajj fund around the world, Tabung Haji. It was founded by the Malaysian government in 1962. And the main motivation behind this Hajj fund organization is that before Tabung Haji, Muslims in this country don't want to deposit their accumulated funds for this Hajj pilgrimage to the conventional banks because they are afraid of this interest earnings. And so Tabung Haji find a way to channel these funds into the economic systems using Islamic finance instruments. The three functions of Tabung Haji can be summarized as enabling its participants to save for pilgrimage and for other needs. Actually, these funds are just not for Hajj savings. Actually, you can save for other needs using this Tabung Haji investment fund. And also, this Tabung Haji investing in accordance with Islamic rules. All these accumulated funds are invested in this way to various sectors. Actually, more than 17 sectors are mentioned in this case. And then fund distribute profits to the participants. And also, Tabung Haji is responsible for the organization of this Hajj process in Malaysia. It's very important because in other cases, except Maldives, Hajj fund is not responsible for the organization, but in Tabung Haji, it has all the responsibility. Usually, this fund invests in Islamic financial instruments, sukuk, equity, and SME financing. And it also subsidized some part of the Hajj cost for the pilgrimage. This is also very important. And another information is that in Malaysia, the waiting period for an average pilgrim is approximately 20 years. The second Hajj fund I will mention here is the Indonesian fund, Hajj Financial Management Agency. Actually, it was founded by the Indonesian government in 2014 and started its operations in 2018. It was a very, very late year, actually. And before the establishment of this fund, there was a fund. Actually, this organization is established in order to manage the fund, because there was a fund, but the fund was managed by the Ministry of Religion, but there was some corruption and financial scandals. So the government thinks that they need a new regulation for this Hajj fund management. This way, they just separate the organization of the Hajj and the fund management from each other, because the organization of the Hajj is still is the responsibility of Ministry of Religion in this country. And this fund, Indonesian fund, just collect deposits and make the investing, and then reporting and auditing of the fund's income and financial spending is its responsibility. And it usually invests in sukuk issues, and it also subsidizes some part of the pilgrimage expenses. And it also pays dividends to its participants. And approximately the waiting period for average Indonesian pilgrim is 10 to 12 years. The next one is Maldives Hajj Corporation Limited. It is founded in 2013, and before this establishment of this one, there was no regulation. Unlike Indonesia, there was no funds, no regulation, no organization of Hajj in this country, and private Hajj tour operators were doing this, but it was not satisfactory. So government just create this Maldives Hajj Corporation Limited, and it is just responsible for both Hajj organization and the management of the Hajj fund in this country, just like the Malaysian example. Actually, this one closely follows the Malaysian example, Tabung Haji. And the next one, Jordanian Hajj Fund, it is founded in 2001, and it is not responsible for the Hajj organization. This one is a little bit different than the others, because you don't need to participate in this fund in order to fulfill your Hajj duty in Jordan. Actually, only 10% of the pilgrims are participants of this fund. And there's another case here, just like the Tabung Haji, you can just continue to invest in this fund, even though you don't want to go to the Hajj, or even though you went to the Hajj and then you still want to make some investment in an Islamic fund. Now, I will start our proposal for Turkey, our Hajj fund proposal for Turkey. When we look at all these examples, we just try to find the best one, the best arrangement to suit this country. And we think that the Hajj fund should be independent from the Directorate of Religious Affairs, because it will still continue to organize it. It will still use its draw system. And we will just create another fund for the management. Just like in the Jordanian example, it will be optional. If the pilgrim candidates want to participate in this fund, they can. But if don't want to this, they don't need to make it for fulfilling this Hajj duty. And every other functions of Directorate of Religious Affairs will continue in this model. In this structure, the uncertainty about when the fund participant will be selected in the draw will still exist. So we will just make some assumptions, and we will just predict some date for a specific participant to accumulate all the necessary funds to go to fulfill this Hajj duty. And then if we think that if we make a mistake in our estimations and we found out that they will go earlier than the projected date, then we can, as a fund, we can provide some necessary financial support to complete the participants' savings, but we will have some rules to provide this necessary financing support. And if the fund participants are entitled to go to the pilgrimage after the estimated date, then they will no longer make any additional deposits after saving the necessary amount, and they can still receive the dividends for this accumulated fund. And participants in this situation may also continue to invest, make deposits, and continue to use the fund as an investment choice. And also people who previously went to Hajj and may also participate in this fund, because in Turkey you cannot fulfill this duty more than one because of this high demand and quota limitation. But this kind of participants can also be within the fund, because we are providing an investing choice in accordance with the Islamic rules. And also we are planning to have a government subsidy, a state contribution similar to the private pension system in Turkey. And in order to have this state contribution, we will still have some rules. Actually, these are detailed rules, but because of the time constraints, I cannot explain everything in detail here. Also, if participants don't want to receive their dividends, we will pay dividends, and state contributions, they can donate these amounts to the fund for using in the charity, or for they can donate this to the other fund participants who will need some extra funds to go to the pilgrimage, because they are entered to go to the pilgrimage before they accumulated their necessary funds. Also, the Hajj fund will have accounts in all participation banks in Turkey, and those who want to join the fund will be included in the system through these banks. And the portfolio of the fund will be limited to only Islamic financial instruments. Actually, we are just thinking about this, whether there must be other instruments, besides the sukuk or not. We are just considering this situation. And but you can invest in sukuk, Islamic banking products, and participation indices also. Here we have a basic schema for the proposed model structure, and this proposition is just needs some more improvement. We are just thinking about this, and I hope that with your comments, with your suggestions, we will improve it to a better degree. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for Dr. Rumeysa for your presentation, and thanks a lot also for keeping the time properly. So you talked about the quotas, cost, and probability of being or attending Hajj, and then you made comparison between different countries' model of Hajj preparation or Hajj funding, and then you ended up with your own proposal for Turkey, and thanks for the presentation. Now we will have our second presentation, which has the title of Issues and Challenges of Waqf in Providing Healthcare Resources. The paper is written by 4 authors who are Sulistyowati Indonesia Banking School, Raditya Sukmana from Airlangga University, Indonesia, Ririn Tri Ratnasari, Airlangga University again from Indonesia, plus Askaria from Bank Indonesia Institute from Indonesia. The paper will be presented by Sulistyowati from Indonesia. The floor is yours, Sulistyowati, and I hope that I pronounce your name properly. So please, you're welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Zainab. Can you hear me well?
Yeah, I can hear, no problem with that.
Okay. You see my slide as well?
Yeah, we can see it, no problem also.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the opportunity, Dr. Zainab Hafsa, as a chair, and of course, all distinguished audience. This is joint paper among me, Sulistyowati, Professor Dr. Raditya Sukmana, Dr. Ririn Triratnasari, and also Dr. Ascarya. We are from Airlangga University, Surabaya, Indonesia. We would like to deliver an article entitled Issues and Challenges of Waqf in Providing Health Sector. Well, since the COVID pandemic began at the end of December 2019, it goes almost 7 months already. It is being the worst health crisis during the last decade. Globally, as of 10 June, there have been 7,100,000 confirmed cases of COVID and also 400,000 deaths confirmed. This is data from World Health Organization 2020. Also, the fact that the government budget for this sector is significantly needed, particularly in most of OIC's countries with health budget insufficiency, such as Nigeria, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Indonesia, and other developing countries. Furthermore, let's see the success story of the essential contribution of health waqf in Rasulullah and his companions' era, that during conduct battles such as nurse, mobile dispensaries, and other kinds of health services were supported by goodness of waqf. Also, we have to remember that how health the most of people in that era. That was also because of a waqf role. And moreover, during the Khalifah era, it was well known as Bimaristans, the era which were the very outstanding waqf-based Islamic hospitals, because at that time, not only free of charges health services, but also they received full coverages of compensations for patients and their families during the treatment. MashaAllah. Unfortunately, the success of current health waqf practices, especially in most of OIC's developing countries, still not as success as Bimaristan yet. Even more problem with health for the poor, the expensive health cost, and also health insurance from the government is still insufficient for all the needy. So, by full of consideration, this is the right time during and post-COVID to revive the waqf power in order to contribute to the government in tackling the health problem. Hence, this study attempts to rejuvenate waqf for the health sector by identifying, analyzing, and evaluating the challenges, and of course, to propose the appropriate solutions. For the literature review, it is divided by two contexts. First of all, it's about waqf in general. We use Mutalib, Ma'amur, Fauzia, Aziz, Muhammad, and also Takar. They did study about strategy to tackle like funding and infrastructure, and also Fauzia's strategy handled lack of collaboration, and also the second of all is about medical in the circumstances of waqf. We use Al-Ansari about Bimaristan waqf, Atan et al. About the development waqf hospital in Malaysia, Hajj et al. About a clinic waqf in Myanmar, also Ambrose and Zabri and Muhammad. For methodology, this study applied qualitative through reviewing relevant references, interviews with relevant respondents consists of three elements: practitioners, regulators, and also academicians. For practitioners, we have respondent from Waqf Anur and Kasih Waqf Hospital Malaysia, Dompet Duafa, and Synergy Foundation Indonesia. For regulators, we have respondents from Indonesia Waqf Board and also Basnas. And for academicians, they were from expert from University of Airlangga, Islamic State University, University of Ibnu Khaldun Indonesia, and also IIUM Malaysia. Also from Fatoni University, Thailand. We conducted FGD as well with smaller group of respondents we have. This is to validate the challenges identified and of course to recapitulate proposed solutions. This is the heart of our study, research and discussion. As you can see here, there are two columns in a table. The left side is 10 challenges identified, and the right one is proposed solution as a result of from interviews and FGD. Challenge number 1 is insufficiency of basic healthcare for poor and vulnerable cohorts. It can be overcome by health fulfillment by mobilization of cash Waqf to provide the medical equipment such as ventilator and other emergency tools. Challenge number 2, this is a lack of funding and financial. It can be tackled by using other instruments through elaboration. For instance, suku kling Waqf established in Indonesia. One of the purpose is for funding the Waqf hospital. Institutions such as Bank Indonesia, the Central Bank of Indonesia, Ministry of Finance, Indonesian Waqf Board were organized this, and Waqf health institutions such as Dompet Duafa in Indonesia as user the result of this synergized instrument. Also, we find a framework of blended financing for financial independence means that one of Waqf hospital can maximizing the cooperation with support parties such as medicine company, culinary, parking, laundry, and so on. Challenge number 3 is about inadequacy of medical infrastructure. It can be handled by mobilizing Waqf equipment in order to fulfill the emergency medical infrastructures. Number 4 is lack of competence human capital. It can be solved by effort in the form of integrating soft and hard skill, especially for Nazir and medical human resource to increase the quality and agility. The 5th one is the problem about data, digital, and IT matters. It can be managed by recruiting the millennial Waqf volunteers for buying digital movement and optimizing the IT sources. Number 6 is wake of literacy and Waqf awareness. Waqf Ambassadors Program for Literacy and Awareness campaign can be bolstered to improve it. So as a result, the community engagement for Waqf is expected can increase the Waqf collection. Number 7 is lack of accountability, the doctrinal approach as a way to solve the accountability problem. Here means that the act of tight audit, both internally and externally by public accountant, must be implemented in all layers of Waqf institution. For number 8, challenge mention about the minimum of outreach and impact. We find a fact that the outreach and impact is still less if compared with the numerous of beneficiaries, especially in rural and remote areas. So it can be tackled by act of cooperation with local authorities, or of course for wider outreach and deeper impact. Challenge number 9 is about lack of collaboration. Apparently, each of Waqf institution is struggling to enhance its achievement. So beautiful collaboration among stakeholders for same goals can ease the purposes accomplishment. Last but not least is about demographic changing. It means that the high number of current deaths because of COVID absolutely changed the patient's demographic. Most of them are elderly patients. So the newest demographic data updating is needed. Step of cooperate among health Waqf institution, Ministry of Health and Central Bureau of Statistics is proposed solution. Last, we conclude that pandemic shockingly changing world health and its sources, including Waqf as one of health sources, and 10 challenges identified shows the urgently that we must act fast and properly. And also act of implementing the solution proposed is important in order to adjust and develop health Waqf in new normal era. So we have 3 recommendations for 3 elements. First one is for policymakers that collaborate, embrace private Waqf institution for proper applicative policies. The second one is for practitioners that taking advantages of possible sources, for example, information technology and Muslim generosity can be develop health Waqf. The last one is for academician. It must be passionately doing an applicative study that highly solves the current problem existed. That's all, I think. Thanks for the time. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you a lot, Professor Sabahattin, for your presentation and finishing it on time. Thanks a lot. You basically try to tell us how Waqf can be incorporated into health care in Indonesia by using interviews with practitioners, regulators, and academicians to actually understand the basic challenges regarding the health issue when it is taken together with Waqf, and then the basic recommendations to each group. Thanks for that. And now we will continue with our third presenter, whose paper has the title of Incorporating Social Finance into Islamic Banking System in Indonesia Towards the Real Economy. The paper is prepared by 3 authors who are Ahmed Sokro Pratmono from Indonesia Financial Services Authority, Indonesia, Reza Mustafa from Indonesia Financial Services Authority, and Arif Widodo from Indonesia Financial Services Authority as well. The paper will be presented by Arif Widodo. And here is the thing, just want to remind for our audience that we are actually collecting your questions regarding the presentations through YouTube, and then we will actually pass by your questions to our presenters, and at the end of the session, they will try to answer your questions. Apparently, currently, we do not have Arif with us, then I would. Okay, Arif, you came back. Good. So the floor is yours, basically. You can start your presentation. You can share your screen with us, then we can see your presentation if you have one.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Zainab, for the time. Could I share my screen now?
Yeah, you can share your screen.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see it, Arif, no problem.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Zainab, and also we would like to thank all the organizing committee for giving us the time to present our paper. This is the joint work by Dr. Ahmad Sukro Pratmono, Mr. Reza Mustafa, and me, Arif Widodo, in the theme of incorporating social finance into Islamic banking system in Indonesia towards real economy. Our presentation will be organized as follows. The first is introduction. We'll be discussing about the background and the objective of the paper. And the literature review will discuss about the current literature and also the conceptual framework of this paper. Data and methodology will be explained in the third section. Fourth section is the main result and the analysis. Fifth is conclusion. This paper is based on the growing number of literature that have attempted to deal with the contribution of Islamic banking industry to the real sector. But the previous literature has been limited to the talking about only the commercial finance only. So the social purpose of Islamic bank has not has yet to be properly discussed. In practice, basically, there are among the program that has been proposed by ISDB, Islamic Development Bank, called Islamic Solidarity Fund, that has helped to fight the poverty in the jurisdiction of ISDB to achieve the Millennium Development Goals. So basically, the paper is trying to integrate it between commercial and social finance into Islamic bank. So the objective of this paper is trying to examine whether Islamic bank is potential enough to carrying out the social duty through conducting social fund management. And also secondly, to what extent the integrated model, commercial on the one side and social on the other side, to be combined into single model to help fight the poverty in Indonesia. So it is first study as the contribution to the literature to try empirically examine the proposed model, integrated model, using econometric model. So it's also comparing, we'll be comparing the conventional sector and Islamic banking sector in their role to the real economy or social impact. So based on the mainstream perspective and also from other empirical evidence, it is clearly stated and found that Islamic bank, including all financial development, including Islamic bank, has helped the economy to boost the economy. Since basically for Islamic bank, since the profit and loss sharing and also risk sharing principle is adopted. On the other hand, now basically in the practice, there are still limited the combining between commercial finance and social finance. So specifically in Indonesia, the alternative which can be offered to overcome such a gap has been enshrined in the Act of Number 8 2009 about Islamic banking, 2008 about Islamic banking. In the article number 4, it is stated clearly that Islamic bank is permissible to organize Islamic social fund encompassing zakah, infak, and sodako. So it will be the integrated, it will be the best model for integrating between social and commercial finance in Islamic banking. So there are also studies by Dr. Askaria and other scholars about the integrated scheme between social and commercial finance. So this is the conceptual framework of this paper. We'll be comparing conventional bank on the one side and Islamic banking on the other side, whereby Islamic bank will be having both commercial and social side to be combined into one model. So there are data that we used in this paper and also methodology that has been employed to address the risk questions. First, as a dependent variable, there are the poverty gap index and poverty severity index to be employed in this study that covered 34 provinces. It was taken from socio-economy survey for national economy survey. So the commercial variable that will be used is credit and financing combined with profit and loss sharing and also interest rate for the commercial side. And the social finance, basically for Islamic finance, the data consists of zakah, infak, sodako, that taken from Badan Amil Zakat Nasional. So this data will be processed by econometric model that combine between time series data and cross-section, meaning it's panel data model that we also be using static panel and also dynamic panel data model called GMM model proposed by Arellano and Bond. So the model specification, the poverty gap index and poverty severity index will be the dependent variable of this paper. So all commercial and also self-finance will be put in the independent variable. So how the extent this independent variable can give an impact on the poverty reduction. So the results first will be talking about the current practice of the Islamic banking in Indonesia. Among the Islamic banking that has implemented, among others, implemented the social program in this operation. First, we can see Bank Muamalat Indonesia. This is the bank, Islamic Bank Indonesia, that has Baitul Mal, called Baitul Mal Muamalat, that has provided the poverty alleviation program, scholarship program, and other micro and small medium enterprises program to enhance the welfare of the society. So Bank Syariah Mandiri has also zakah agency, so-called Lasnas BSM Umat, that has poverty alleviation program also. That currently Lasnas BSM Umat is having also the program called Bank Waqf Mikro. It's basically the aim of this institution is to empower the bankable people who have a productive micro and ultra micro businesses. And also BNI Syariah that has conducted the with collaboration with other institutions, particularly Nazir, to be conducting a Waqf, cash Waqf program. Here's the current practice of Islamic Bank in Indonesia. So the main result of our study, this is the baseline of our result. We can see from both the static and dynamic panel data model. First, we can look at the commercial variable such as credit, financing, profit and loss sharing, and also interest rate. There are different impact that we have, that the variable have on the poverty reduction. Financing seems to have relatively small effect on poverty reduction. But when we turn to profit and loss sharing for musyarakah, in all specification, it seems consistent that when profit and loss sharing been adapted in Islamic banking, it will reduce the poverty index at the same time. So it will be compared by interest rate that it seems it has positive impact on poverty reduction. Such this and also it's mean that when the interest rate is rising, it may lead to increase in poverty. Zakah, just like profit and loss sharing, it's remain consistent in all specification that zakah has a negative impact on poverty. So it's mean that based on static and GMM model, zakah is one important tool to fight the poverty, especially in Indonesia. So this result, we also conducted the robustness checks for this result by replacing the previous index by replacing the poverty severity by using poverty severity index. So we now use poverty severity index for our dependent variable. So overall, the result seems consistent, that it is clear that the result for zakah and profit and loss sharing has been highly similar with what has been previously discussed in the baseline finding. Well, zakah and also profit and loss sharing in all specification remains consistent, having a negative impact on poverty index. It means that when zakah and profit and loss sharing musyarakah be implemented in Islamic bank, and also Islamic bank can conduct social duty by collecting zakah and distributing the zakah, it can together bring socio-economic impact to the society, especially for poverty reduction in Indonesia. So when it is compared to credit and also interest for conventional banking, it seems credit and interest rate has no impact on poverty alleviation program. These results implies that Islamic bank can have a socio-economic impact on the society, especially by combining first and foremost for commercial finance, profit and loss sharing in the one hand, and on the other hand, zakah and other social fund. When they will integrate it, it will have giving substantial impact on poverty reduction in Indonesia. So the model that we use here has been tested for auto correlation, GMM, and also for Hansen test for validity of the instrument, and it's been remain consistent and valid. So we can conclude from this explanation that based on the practice of Islamic bank in managing social fund and allocating them through Baitul Mal that they have, or another institution, they can also join collaboration with them. Islamic bank have contributed to the real sector by several important programs with the aim to enhance the welfare of the poor. So based on also empirical investigation, that it seems apparent that profit and loss sharing and also zakah is consistent, that they have potential to reduce the poverty and encourage the real economy, especially in Indonesia. So for recommendation, or it is possible basically for Islamic bank, according also to our act on Islamic banking, to collaborate with zakah or Waqf institution, or through establishing its own Baitul Mal. So this condition enable Islamic banking to contribute more in the real sector by managing zakah, Waqf, and other social funds to be allocated in the productive sector and be distributed to the needy. So this is the end of our presentation, and thank you very much. Shukran jazilan.
Thanks a lot for your presentation, Arif,
Yes.
in which you attempted to construct an empirical study which tries to understand the effect of social finance in Islamic banks on poverty debt in Indonesia. And you especially put the focus on the importance of zakat and profit and loss sharing instruments in that regard. Thanks a lot for the presentation.
Yes,
Now we have, thanks. And we have now our fourth presenter for today, Mr. Cem Korkut from Ankara Yıldırım Beyazıt University. His presentation's title is The Cause and Mentality of Islamic Microfinance and Microenterprise Mechanism from History to Today. Dr. Cem, the floor is yours. You can start your presentation.
Thank you, dear Chair. Can you see my presentation?
Yeah, I can see it. No problem.
Okay. Dear Chair, participants and audience, firstly, I would like to thank all organization committee for this valuable and fruitful conference. Since the first day, I really benefited from it. In our session, the other participants generally focus on the practice of Islamic finance. So I think my presentation, my paper will be a bit more thought, history of economic thought aspect. Here, you can see my presentation plan. Because of time limitation, I will not enter the comparison and the detailed description, but I will mention all of this in the published form of my presentation in my paper. I divide my presentation in 5 sections: brief intro, Waqf, wills, codes, and conclusion. As you know, people need cooperation to live. This cooperation has been formed based on specialization. People have created and oriented many lines of business by directing talents to a specific area. Competition and cooperation have been the 2 main factors that have formed in the base of the development of humankind throughout history. Some societies choose cooperation to develop themselves. Some others choose competition. Societies have shaped their economic and social structures within the framework of these 2 variables in history. Some societies followed a competitive development path, while others followed a comparative path. There are studies describing these societies with different features. For example, an important scholar about the economic development paradigms, Amir Gri, he addresses this issue through individualism and collectivism in his work. Recently, when we come to our day, the finalization in the economic system has reached a level that can pose individualistic behavior or consumerism behavior like a threat to all countries. The task of the financial system, as you know, to evaluate the funds collected and provide them with the debt loan in variety of ways and methods. You know, previous participants give detailed information about how these systems work. However, the effects of the financial system are not limited on the financial dimension. Think like that. When there is an economic and financial crisis, its effect, psychological, sociological, and social effects cause some problems. So you cannot ignore them. Let's go to Waqf. Capitalism, which was surrounded by the world from the 18th century and has undoubtedly made its systematic superiority recognized in the last half of the 20th century. And it has increased the desires to maximize individual well-being, such as unlimited production and consumption. So it generally imposes a competition mind to the people's, and acquiring private property like a race, who will get more, earning money and being rich without any value. You can make whatever you want to get rich. This mentality is far from altruism. On the other hand, Waqf focus on cooperation. A comparative understanding does not coincide with the Waqf system. Structures that institutionalize altruism and solidarity are the Waqfs. They make the solidarity and altruism as an institution, the Waqf. The Waqfs, which are the product of the Islamic economic mentality, played a role in the development process of the Islamic societies. And how, let's look at that with their benefits. The Waqfs perform the services and functions of modern state as civil initiatives. Now we cannot imagine that. We can, when we look at the Ottomans, even the sidewalks, bridge funded by the Waqfs. I think nowadays nobody make these big investments as a charity. All of them are the economic issues. Educational, religious, infrastructural institutions were funded by the Waqfs throughout the Islamic history, especially in the Ottoman Empire. They also created employment. They provided an economic buoyancy. Even Waqfs played a vital role in the financing. They shaped the financial system of the Ottomans. We call Ottomans as a civilization of Waqf, and we know that Ottomans use cash Waqfs against joint stock companies, banks, and insurance institutions that developed in the West until the second half of the 19th century. The banks cannot survive, could not enter the Ottoman geography until the half of the 19th century. It's a big success of the cash Waqfs and the charity-based financial system of Ottomans. The revenues of the cash Waqfs, which are composed of the cash capital, are derived income from the operation of the capital in accordance with Islamic procedures and principles. The legitimacy of cash Waqfs as a result of the religious discussions about them is the most important indicator that they had a religious infrastructure. Because of time limitation, I will not enter these discussions about the interest side or whether the movables can be devoted as Waqfs or not. But when we look at their operations, they are the forerunners of the interest-free financial institutions. And unfortunately, since the stop of the Ottomans in the 1920s until the first Islamic bank, if you call the Mitgarm as an Islamic bank in 1960s, there is a huge gap. The Muslims has an institutional framework as an Islamic financial institutions, like 50 years. In addition, cash Waqfs avoided the financial mentality that only high capital owners can establish Waqf and constantly grow their capital as banks. Even the small savings owners were established cash Waqf alone or with getting together. The financial system established by the Ottomans adopted the principle of the economy is for human as opposed to the principle humanist for economy imposed by the modern economics. And it has been implemented with the principle of increasing the welfare of people. We call it things like that, terfi ahval of the ibadullah, increasing the welfare of the people. The worldview of societies is also important for the establishment of this interest-free financial system. You know, for a long time, interest in the modern world, in the modern Western countries is prohibited, or they not give them a value. But after the capitalist economic view, it became the normal of the economy. Although there were cash Waqfs with a large capital, they were generally modest in size and provided loans are very small. Here in the background of my slide, I don't know, you can see it's a project of 7 years project and published in the 12 volume in the Ottoman cash Waqfs in the Rumeli period. So our analysis generally focus on the archive documents. So they provided loans very small, not big loans, to the small or middle-sized entrepreneurs. In this way, it is understood that small entrepreneurs financed with the Islamic ways. And when we look at the Waqfiyeh, the establishment charter of these Waqfs, we can see that sometimes they, not sometimes, but you can generalize it. There are some conditions about to financing the entrepreneurs, the merchants, or the artisan in the sukuk. Sukuk means the bazaar. In addition, the special conditions presented in some Waqf, it states that these Waqfiyas, that loan should be only given artisan and merchants, so entrepreneurs. They have two-way benefits. First way is the charity, the first purpose, financing the educational religious services according to Waqf purposes, and the second benefit of them is the secondary, but the biggest effect of them, they are funding entrepreneurs. So like a credit channel. And goods. As I told, I focus on two institutions. One is the funding side, and the other is the trade side. The continuation of capitalism is largely dependent on the massive production. This leads to excessive production, and many different methods have been developed, such as advertising, to ease the demand for the excess goods produced. These methods brought many problems, such as consumerism, waste, and pleasure-centric lifestyle. Why Waqfs offer solutions to individualization caused by the capitalism, guilds offer an alternative to the large-scale production of surplus. Guilds do not waste resources and produce according to the need, not more than the need. Because if you produce more than the need, you need advertised. However, despite all these positive features with the influence of capitalism, these institutions lost its power in Europe since the late 70s. And how these institutions evolve in our societies? We have Fütüvet, Ahalik, and again after the lodge, and now chambers of commerce. Islamic societies shape worlds with religion. These organizations, which were called Fütüvet at the beginning, created a different and comprehensive system. Fütüvet formed the basic foundations of the Ahi organization of the Ottomans. Ahi means, means brother. Both Fütüvet and Ahi organizations called as Islamic guilds. In addition to their contribution to economic life, these institutions have been influential in social life with their religious aspects. Ottoman guilds, based on the Ahi organization, were fed from the source of Fütüvet, and the basic doctrine of the Ottoman guilds had universal values, such as justice, rightness, devotions, sincerity, bravery, courage, fidelity, repentance, generosity, and modesty. So they not give only an economic way of living, they also give a mentality when production side and when you sell your goods. There are also studies claiming that the guilds protected the merchant from cheating. In other words, the guilds succeed in establishing a useful mechanism for both the consumer and producers. And they are also a vocational school for traders or artisans. And they encourage cooperation, not competition, among artisans due to its structure. So sometimes in our school, we listen some stories like that. If its neighbor shop does not sell any goods, when a consumer comes to your shop, you will direct him to your neighbor. I sell my goods, but he will never even sell anything in this day. We listen a lot of history like that. Goods that prevent waste of resources and enable production under the basic principles of the morality formed the trade system of the Ottomans. And they offered an alternative joint stock companies spreading in the Western world. I don't know anyone mention about why the joint stock companies does not evolve in the Islamic society, but it's about the responsibility of the your debts or like that. Let's focus on the main part of my presentation. Is the cost of Islamic microfinance and microenterprise mechanism. You know, the code is this system is based on Islamic and ethical methods. So it can reestablish the real sector and financial sector, the link. You know, with the finalization, this link is broke out. And the code of financing institutions and instruments fund microenterprise. Capitalism caused few firms to dominate the market. There are a lot of brands. When you go to the market, you can see a lot of brands. But generally, 2 or 3 big firms produce them. I will not give the name, but generally they are produced by the 2 or 3 big firms. This system can change this pattern. And the system consists of regional institutions that benefit regional development, and they can detect regional needs will be easier. There is a functioning for the needs of the society, and it prevents the waste of resources. There is a human-centered approach, not human-centrist. Human-centered system raises the problem of the individualizations. The human-centered system solves the problems socially. The main motivation in our codes is the motivation moral-based financing and production, not profit or money, but profit-oriented economic system considered any role legitimate. The code is based on the material and spiritual development, and quantity growth is not required with their values, but and it reveals a healthy growth path if you use this code. And it's based on cooperation, not competition. It prevents unfair profit appetite and the passion for the excessive earnings. It appeals all humanity, not only Muslims. Not only Muslims. Many features of conventional financial system does not comply with the orders of the divine religion. However, the system of Islamic microfinance and microenterprise mechanism covers all humanity. And it is go to the when you make them in the same pot, you will reach peace and prosperity with them. I don't know what my time, but I will go conclusion. The conventional capitalist economic system sees and defines human as a creature devoid of any value in order to maximize in or her benefit. However, according to Islam, humankind is the most honored of the creatures. You know, eşrefi mahlukat. The Islamic economic system requires that important mechanisms in economic life, such as distribution, solidarity, and redistribution, be managed within the framework of the principle of justice. Problems such as consumption, consumerism, waste resources, unjust distribution of the income, inequality within societies and countries require an alternative understanding of the economics. And the principles of the financial system recommended by the Islamic economics offer comprehensive and point-to-point solution to these problems, as we see the codes and their benefits. Because the Islamic financial system is not just a system that has no interest and financial transactions in accordance with the Sharia. This system suggests an alternative mind structure to humankind. This mentality includes all the principles that prioritize moral values, not only Muslim, but also all societies. It also gives value people only for their nature and tries to establish a social justice. The modern financial system and capitalist mind structure immediately accept and internalize the alternative currents emerging in the world. Its structure. When it see an alternative to it absorbs them like Islamic finance. The modern system does not want an alternative system. It desires alternative solutions to solve the problems of their own system in a limited way. not a comprehensive way. For this reason, new systems are not able to real alternative. New systems are considered complementary to ensure the continuation of the existing. However, Islamic economics and finance is against being defined as complementary because Islamic finance is an important tool and instrument to reach the goals of Islam for humans, not only the Muslims. Lastly, with its unique values and mental infrastructure, Islamic civilizations continues to be the most important and powerful alternative to these conventional economic and financial systems. Thank you for your listening. I hope I used my time well. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Zaim. You will stop it later than the time that you're supposed to take, but no problem. Thanks a lot. And now we have today's last presenter, who is Rashid Hassan, Dr. Rashid Hassan. And his paper is called Qard Hassan, Interest-Free Loan as a Tool for Sustainable Development, Global Evidence. The paper is written together by Qard Hassan and Rashid Hassan. Rashid Hassan is from International University from Malaysia. He will present the paper. Dr. Rashid Hassan, are you ready for the presentation?
Yes, I'm ready, thank you.
Yeah, you can share your screen actually, and we can follow it.
Just give me 1 minute.
Sure. Yeah, we can see your screen, no problem.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Assalamu alaikum. This is my presentation. I'm Rashidul Hassan. Greetings from Malaysia. The title for my presentation today is Qard Hassan, Interest-Free Loan as a Tool for Sustainability Development. We are going to provide global evidence, and I'm very pleased to present this paper at the 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. So this paper is a joint paper, and I'm grateful to be able to work with Professor Qard Hassan. He's from University of New Orleans, and I am from INTI International University, Malaysia. I have divided the presentation into 7 parts. So I will start with the background, give a little bit of information about sustainability, talk a little bit about Qard Hassan, then I will go into the problem statement. After that, proceed with the objective, methodology, result, discussion, and finally conclude my presentation with some discussion about future research area. So when we are talking about sustainability, we are actually dealing with a very complex issue. It is not only about reducing the energy or consuming less resources from the environment. It is a holistic process, and you can see the sustainability goals are being evolved, modified over the years. Now we have 17 sustainability goals. But the question is, how are we doing? Well, that means that the parts we are in Asia or Middle East, what is the statistics for the in terms of sustainability goal achievement? And then if you look at this slide, this is the Sustainability Development Report published in 2019. And this information is available online. And you can see the dark blue areas are the areas where the sustainability development goals have been achieved out of 100%, 80% of it is achieved. And the less dark blue areas are the areas where the percentages are below 50%. And then I have marked the areas that include Middle East, Asian countries. And you can see these countries that are in Asia or Middle East, we are not doing very well yet in terms of sustainability development goal achievement. Then there is the question that what can we do? And at the same time, as we can see, we are actually the part of the world who is providing tremendous, who is looking at tremendous growth in the Islamic finance industry. So that's why we have looked into the area that how Islamic finance actually can contribute toward getting toward contributing more in sustainability development. However, when we look through the literature, we found that there have been discussion that Islamic finance can do more, and there can be new areas that we can look into, new tools that we can introduce. However, in reality, we do not see that many new models that has been practiced or new instruments that have come out toward increasing the chances to get the sustainability issue done. We are still looking at or competing with the conventional banking sector, conventional financial sector, and then when we are in the competing mode, sometimes our approaches are mirroring with the conventional strategies, which sometimes is shadowing the overall nature or objective of Islamic finance, because Islamic finance has a spiritual agenda, and which has a deeper ability to have an impact on sustainability. As we can see that there have been previous studies which included or has mentioned that yes, it is possible for Islamic finance to actually contribute towards sustainability. And we have seen products, for example, sustainability investment, sustainability responsible investment sukuk, which has been implemented in several parts. For example, in Malaysia, is the pioneer on introducing SRI sukuk for different types of real estate and educational projects. However, we are looking on the financial inclusion issue, which SRI sukuk may not be able to deal with at the moment. And that is why we are focusing on Qard Hassan at the moment in our paper, and this is very we are just trying to test the concept and trying to relate this with empirical evidence. That is what we have tried to do. So before I go into the methodology, just a very brief highlight. What is Qard Hassan? And I hope that we have all the knowledgeable scholars over here, and we have the idea that the Qard Hassan is a benevolent loan, and it provides the opportunity to a poor person to receive loan from a financial institute, and with a condition that if the person is unable to repay the loan, then the principal may forego the loan. And this is a very benevolent nature. It has a benevolent nature instilled in the core contract of the Qard Hassan. And as you can see how Qard Hassan can impact on sustainability, and the main reason why we are trying to relate Qard Hassan with sustainability, that we can see that Qard Hassan has the potential to really eradicate extreme poverty and at the same time bring financial inclusion. And with all the things that are happening in the world, with the COVID-19 pandemic and the way small businesses are struggling, we believe that it is important that along with Waqf and Zakat and other vehicles of Islamic finance, we also focus on this instrument that might provide beneficial or fruitful, might have a fruitful impact on bringing financial inclusion in the society. So our main objective of this paper was to bring or introduce Qard Hassan along with the empirical evidence. So we tried to see whether including Qard Hassan in this overall social finance portfolio can improve the sustainable development for Muslim countries or not. So that is why our main hypothesis is that Sharia compliant financing comprising of Qard Hassan has a positive impact on sustainability. This is the brief idea of the paper. We have relied on secondary data actually. We have collected most of the Sharia compliant financing and Qard Hassan data from IFSB, International Financial Service Board database. So the database already provided information for 22 countries. If you need to see the detailed list of the countries, you are always welcome. My email address is provided at the end. You can always ask me. I'm not going through all that details because the time is limited. The year we have covered is actually from 2013 and 2018. The data was available for these years. We constructed an unbalanced panel and a total of 116 observations only. And please understand that this is the first exploration of this idea, and we are trying to get more information, more data to improve the result. But at the moment, we could only get 116 observations. So we have tested 3 different models. First of all, we tried to see how Sharia compliant finance overall have an impact on sustainability development. Then we brought the Qard Hassan, and then we tried to bring an interaction impact to test whether the presence of Qard Hassan in sustainability financing, does it have any moderating impact, meaning that does it improve or does it have no impact at all on sustainability development. So I will just briefly go through the result. Please, if you have any question, please ask me at the end of the presentation. I will be very happy to answer. So these are the variables that we have identified. As you can see at the beginning, I already mentioned there are 17, but for the time being, because we are just testing a theory and testing a very broad hypothesis, we just selected the 4 sustainability development goal that is able to give us an indication whether there is an impact of sustainability from Sharia compliant finance in specifically Qard Hassan. So most of the dependent variables are collected from the World Bank database. We have 2 independent variables, the Sharia compliant finance and Qard Hassan finance. Plus, we have introduced several control variables in our empirical model. So this is a general descriptive statistics that you can see that most of the variables have different levels of means, but the standard deviation show that dependent variable have a good deal of variation. So I will just move into the correlation. You can see there are sufficient level of correlation that allows us to proceed further for the regression. So I will just continue with my regression. This is the first regression that we included in the model. So you can see the first model actually looks at whether Sharia compliant finance has any impact on sustainable development goals. And overall, it has an impact. It has some of the variables, it has positive, some has a negative, but we find that the Sharia compliant finance has an impact on overall sustainability development. So what does this table actually mean? So what we find that this table is just providing information about equation number 1, and we have included all proxies of development. As I mentioned, we had 4 proxies of sustainability development, and we find positive coefficient for sustainability Sharia compliant finance. And we see that one of the most significant impact is the Sharia compliant finance can can have a positive impact on poverty headcount ratio. So with that, we go for the second model, the second empirical model. Here we brought the Qard Hassan finance as our independent variable. And here we also find that yes, when we only bring the Qard Hassan finance, also we find a significant impact. However, when we bring the interaction impact, we can see that the Sharia compliant finance effect on poverty eradication, that is model number 1, it is insignificant and the interaction variable becomes significant. This test actually allows us to understand the importance of Qard Hassan, because in our total sample, we have found that several countries, they are offering Qard Hassan in their Sharia compliant portfolio, and there are countries who are not. So that is why we come to a conclusion that the presence of Qard Hassan in the Sharia compliance Sharia compliant finance portfolio, it allows a country to achieve a higher level of sustainability development in terms of poverty eradication. And this is findings that allows us to dig deeper into identifying various ways we can integrate Qard Hassan into the overall monetary policy, and that is the next, this is the robustness test. We just tried to see whether we have we have looked at from different angles. So we also included a 2SLS study. However, with all the different types of analysis, we can see that our overall result did not change. So finally, the final discussion of the study is actually we validate the theoretical argument. That is the major contribution of our study. The argument introduced by Hussein 2009 that interest-free finance can have an impact in development finance. But there was limited empirical evidence to support this theoretical argument. And with the empirical evidence that we bring with this study can actually help support the theoretical foundation of Qard Hassan interest-free loan as a vehicle for sustainability development. And we can see this as an alternative of microfinance. And we are looking at Waqf and Takaful and all other vehicles as a support or complementing instrument of microfinance. And we are just saying that why not we look into the issue or instrument of Qard Hassan. So finally, we conclude that countries who are not really focusing on providing Qard Hassan loan through their formal banking channel might look into this study, and the result might help the policymaker to really understand the importance of Qard Hassan. And in future, maybe we will see Qard Hassan as one of the key instruments in the Islamic finance industry, which might help the poor to come out from the clutches of poverty, and then I hope in this way the Islamic finance will be able to have more contribution in the overall sustainability development in the future. So we recommend that we need to explore more in terms of Qard Hassan, because we are just scratching the surface. We need to understand more how we can develop a Qard Hassan model that can really survive with the dual banking sector, and we may need to look at the Sharia contract or Sharia obligation or requirement that are required to have a functional Qard Hassan contract. So as usual, we will recommend the policymaker to look into this issue. And I think with that, I end my presentation. Thank you for listening. If you have any question, please contact me. My email address is here. I welcome any comment. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Rashid. Thanks for your presentation, which you attempted to show us your empirical work which is trying to show the effect of Qard Hassan on sustainable development. And with that, I'm thankful for all the presenters because it went quite smooth and well. Everyone almost kept their times quite well. While you're here, Dr. Rashid, I can start with you for the questions because I have seen that you got some questions actually through YouTube. Firstly, someone asked, which was actually the question which came into my mind when I saw your model. How did you calculate the Qard Hassan? What does it entail actually in your model?
Okay,
and
the Qard Hassan, as I have mentioned, we have the Qard Hassan actually showing the actual amount of Qard Hassan finance provided by the banking sector in specific country. So what we have done, we have taken that value and then converted that to the natural logarithm and used that for our independent variable. However, when we went for the interaction model, then we have converted the Qard Hassan as a dummy variable to identify the countries who are providing and who are not providing so that we can run a moderation analysis.
Okay, and the second question, which also asked for you, is this. It was actually more of a concern, maybe not directly a question. Why to use a conventional SDGs for measuring the, which are conventional goals actually for Islamic financial structure? So that was a concern, maybe then more of a question.
Okay, I understand, because at the moment we are starting with the basic foundation of a concept. So we wanted to see from the general definition of sustainability. And when we look at the definition of sustainability, we see the conventional definition is actually the one is most established. So that's why we started to use the conventional model to make sure we provide enough justification for the importance of Islamic finance in serving or fulfilling sustainability from the conventional perspective. In future, we will look into the Islamic perspective, so make a comparison and see how the Islamic finance or Qard Hassan's impact, whether there is any difference between the conventional and Islamic definition of sustainability. Thank you for the comment.
Thanks. There was another comment actually which has a similar understanding behind it, that maybe it will not be the best fit to use actually Qard Hassan, which is not a non-profit based thing, into a profit-based Islamic banking. Can you briefly explain it also? How did you think that they can fit together?
Okay. At the moment, actually, I can understand the concern that Qard Hassan is actually a benevolent loan. However, if we are not focusing on a benevolent function within the conventional or Islamic finance structure, if we cannot merge them together, or if we leave the informal sector to take charge on the Qard Hassan issue, then actually there will be it will be difficult to monitor. So we want this to be included within the formal Islamic finance industry, which can go under the same Sharia compliant function. And that is why we are trying to establish that the Qard Hassan, even though it's non-profit, but it still have some value for the Islamic banking sector as in terms of CSR. So that is how we see that in future it is a possibility that there can be a merger of the profitable profit-making instrument with the non-profit making instrument in terms of CSR activity for banking sector, as some of the banks all over the world are actually introducing this feature.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Dr. Rashid. I hope that the audience actually got the answers. Thanks for
thanks
that.
a lot for that.
Yeah, thanks. And with that, I am now turning to Arif. Arif, are you here? Because you have one question also, which I would like to ask you.
Yes.
Okay. Arif, that is your question. Someone asked you who will actually regulate the operations, which you tried to explain in your presentation. Can you briefly explain or answer the question?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. As I see, this question came from Professor Aditya Sukmana. So, yes, indeed, I confirm that there are several regulators in Indonesia for each sector. Islamic Bank, it has its regulator, also Waqf and also Zakah. But now we have called National Committee on Islamic Economics and Finance. That the chairman of this committee is chaired by our president and also our vice president. So the committee called Komite Nasional Ekonomi dan Keuangan Syariah. This committee will lead the strategic plan and also the regulation between these regulator to synergize and also to synchronize the regulation among the sector. So basically it is still possible. In specific case, maybe Islamic Bank now has activity called LKSPWU or Lembaga Keuangan Syariah Penerima Wakaf Uang. So the Islamic Bank that receive cash wakaf. So it has the cash wakaf has been regulated by Wakaf Indonesian Wakaf Board, but by the coordination among regulator, it is possible to work together to improve also. The purpose is also for the welfare of the society. It's maybe for my question, my answer, Dr. Zain.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Arif. Thanks a lot for that. And lastly, I will turn to Dr. Rumeysa because she got one question also. In her presentation, she talked about the possible use of sukuk for her model. Someone asked what would be the other investment venues besides sukuk actually. So can you briefly explain for us, Dr. Rumeysa?
Of course. Actually, sukuk is probably the main investment option for these funds. But besides the sukuk, I mean, maybe there will be Sharia complaint indices. Then we can just, as a fund, we can just invest in these indices. And actually, in this part, probably we must very carefully investigate the actions of the Tabung Haji to decide which one to do or which one not to do. And probably we will just follow his footsteps, I think.
Okay, thanks for your answer. And with that, I think I can now close the session. Thanks a lot for the presentations, and thanks a lot for the audience to follow this session. Now it's 2:10. The next session, which will be actually the keynote speeches for today, it's supposed to be started at 2:15, but it's not so possible, it seems, because I will be leading it also, and I need a bit break now. So let's make it like this. 2:25, inshallah, I will be back. Then I will start the keynote speeches. 2:25, inshallah. So see you all again. Having good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Research and Training Center of Islamic Countries. The final stop of the series was Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and International Islamic University, Malaysia, where Islamic Research and Training Institute and International Association for Islamic Economics undertook the organization. There are some cities that can welcome all in its rich culture and heritage. It can unite continents, oceans, roads, and give life to business. Even at the age of 8,500, they continue to inspire the world. Istanbul is one such city, the seat of 3 great empires, a city that embraces 2 continents and welcomes the sea at its heart. Istanbul is the only city to maintain its stance as an economic center in every period of history. Currently, Istanbul is standing out as the major economic center of the country with a GNP share of approximately 23%. Almost all the headquarters of insurance, leasing, factoring companies, and private finance firms are based in Istanbul. The Istanbul Stock Exchange, established as a free zone, is rapidly rising as one of the significant markets of the world. This great historical city is redefining itself as international finance, real estate, and tourism destination. In phase with previous conferences held in different parts of the world and organized by esteemed institutions, for the second time, the conference is taking place in Istanbul, Turkey, under the theme Sustainable Development for Real Economy. 12th Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance will provide a platform for dialogue and discussions between policymakers, academicians, researchers, graduate students, and practitioners to address the problems of sustainable development in the 4th Industrial Revolution era from the perspective of Islamic economics and finance. It has been jointly organized by Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, Islamic Research and Training Institute, International Association for Islamic Economics, Hamad bin Khalifa University, and Participation Banks Association of Turkey. Finally, we would like to express our thanks to each author of 132 papers that will be presented during the conference. Welcome to 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. Islamic economics is the collection of rules, values, and standards of conduct that organize economic life and establish relations of production in an Islamic society. These rules and standards are based on the Islamic order as recognized in the Quran and Sunnah and the corpus of jurisprudence which was developed over the last 1400 years by thousands of jurists and academicians responding to the changing circumstances and evolving life of Muslims all over the globe. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance is the world's largest organization that enables its quest to be conducted in an academic environment. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance series have started in 1976. This series are considered among the most prestigious academic events in the field of Islamic economics and finance. In the last 45 years, significant contributions to both theory and practice of contemporary Islamic economics and finance have been realized through research and intellectual dialogue. It was held in Makkah, Saudi Arabia, and organized by the King Abdulaziz University. It was organized by International Islamic University, and participants came together in Islamabad, Pakistan. The conference moved into a different continent and held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The organizer was International Islamic University, Malaysia. Fourth conference was held in Loughborough, United Kingdom, and for the first time, it was being officially recognized by Western academic world. The name of the conference series has been changed, and it became International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. Fifth conference, with its new name, was held in Bahrain by the Organization of Bahrain University. It was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, and jointly organized by Indonesian Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank of Indonesia. By the seventh conference, a new session has been included. Hereupon, an Islamic Economics and Finance Education Symposium during the conference has been held as well. The organizer of the 7th conference was King Abdulaziz University, and it took place in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. 8th conference was the beginning of a new trend because more than 100 papers presented during the conference. It was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries and held in Doha, Qatar. Similar to 8th conference, 9th conference was one of the most productive events in the history of the series. In total, these 2 conferences have produced 5 English volumes and 2 Arabic volumes of the papers presented. 9th conference was held in Istanbul, Turkey, and organized by the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries. After 2 years, Doha became the host of the conference again. 10th conference was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and Economic and Social Research and Training Center of Islamic Countries. The final stop of the series was Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and International Islamic University, Malaysia, where Islamic Research and Training Institute and International Association for Islamic Economics undertook the organization. There are some cities that can welcome all in its rich culture and heritage. It can unite continents, oceans, roads, and give life to business. Even at the age of 8,500, they continue to inspire the world. Istanbul is one such city, the seat of 3 great empires, a city that embraces 2 continents and welcomes the sea at its heart. Istanbul is the only city to maintain its stance as an economic center in every period of history. Currently, Istanbul is standing out as the major economic center of the country with a GNP share of approximately 23%. Almost all the headquarters of insurance, leasing, factoring companies, and private finance firms are based in Istanbul. The Istanbul Stock Exchange, established as a free zone, is rapidly rising as one of the significant markets of the world. This great historical city is redefining itself as international finance, real estate, and tourism destination. In phase with previous conferences held in different parts of the world and organized by esteemed institutions, for the 2nd time, the conference is taking place in Istanbul, Turkey, under the theme Sustainable Development for Real Economy. 12th Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance will provide a platform for dialogue and discussions between policymakers, academicians, researchers, graduate students, and practitioners to address the problems of sustainable development in the 4th Industrial Revolution era from the perspective of Islamic economics and finance. It has been jointly organized by Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, Islamic Research and Training Institute, International Association for Islamic Economics, Hamad bin Khalifa University, and Participation Banks Association of Turkey. Finally, we would like to express our thanks to each author of 132 papers that will be presented during the conference. Welcome to 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. Islamic economics is the collection of rules, values and standards of conduct that organize economic life and establish relations of production in an Islamic society. These rules and standards are based on the Islamic order as recognized in the Quran and Sunnah and the corpus of jurisprudence which was developed over the last 1400 years by thousands of jurists and academicians responding to the changing circumstances and evolving life of Muslims all over the globe. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance is the world's largest organization that enables its quest to be conducted in an academic environment. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance series have started in 1976. This series are considered among the most prestigious academic events in the field of Islamic economics and finance. In the last 45 years, significant contributions to both theory and practice of contemporary Islamic economics and finance have been realized through research and intellectual dialogue.
Yeah, what happened? The sound is not coming?
I do not know. Arkadaşlar ne oldu? Okay, assalamu alaikum, welcome everyone. So this is the first keynote speech in the afternoon of the fourth day of the conference on Islamic economics and finance. And we have Professor Tariqullah Khan with us today. First, I will briefly introduce him, and then he will give his speech on healing ecology through economy, post-COVID-19 challenges and opportunities of Islamic economic, finance and economy. So Prof. Tariqullah Khan joined Hamad bin Khalifa University in 2009. He is a professor and coordinator of the College of Islamic Studies, Islamic Finance Program, and he is also a member of the colleague's executive committee. Previously, he worked in the Islamic Development Bank, IRTI, since 1984 in different academic and managerial positions. Lastly, as the division chief of Islamic Banking and Finance, officiating division chief Islamic Economics and Development Cooperation, and was editor of the Islamic Economic Studies Journal. He initiated and implemented a number of global strategic initiatives for the development of Islamic finance. He worked in a number of international advisory teams and working groups concerning the development of Islamic financial services. He has contributed with over 25 highly cited research papers in different areas of Islamic finance and developed a number of international flagship conferences in these areas. He has twice been elected president of the International Association for Islamic Economy. So welcome, Prof, for today's speech. The floor is yours, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Our colleagues and friends who are at the campus and those who are watching this in distance and those who will watch it later on, if time allows. I want to speak about a theme which is directly emerging from the COVID-19 catastrophe, and which I call as healing ecology through economy. So this is actually what we call as the pivot, which is the central theme of any dialogue, any initiative. So I will be talking about it, why we need this, what is it, and then how to implement it. Of course, this is a short lecture, but this is the central point I want to discuss with you my ideas. First of all, COVID-19 catastrophe, human cost is really catastrophic, and we share our sympathies with those who suffered and our appreciations for the front line health workers. As for the consequence of the COVID-19, all of us know that there has been a global sudden stop. This is a brief of the flow of funds in an economy, and because of COVID-19, each level was stopped, closed completely, which never happened before in history. Even in the Great Depression, this thing never happened. So as a result, the 2020 estimates for the GDP losses globally is $9 trillion US, which is 11% of the existing GDP. And for 2021 is $6 trillion US, which would be 8% of the reduced GDP. And the chart here shows that most of the economies will be having negative growth, whereas the world average is minus 7.7. Actually, the major economies are above the world average. So basically, that is the economic situation. And then poverty, because of the COVID-19, the poverty estimates are that pre-COVID-19 to after COVID-19, at least it is estimated that another 100 million people will be moving into the extreme poor. So the question arises, why pandemics happen? And this is very simple. Man, in its interaction with the ecology, exceeding natural boundaries. Pandemics are caused by the economic, especially monetary and fiscal policy and the system which these policies promote. Here is a statement. Actually, I have to read it, so I have to move this screen somewhere. I just copied it. These are scientists. They are saying that there is a single species that is responsible for the COVID-19 pandemic, which is us human beings. As with the climate and biodiversity crisis, recent pandemics are a direct consequence of human activity, particularly our global financial and economic system, based on a limited paradigm that prizes economic growth at any cost. We have a small window of opportunity in overcoming the challenges of the current crisis to avoid sowing seeds for the future. So this is the statement of 4 or 5 scientists working together. Pandemics and its relationship with monetary and fiscal policy. If we look at the history of economic policy, then from my point of view, these are the 3 most important economists whose works are interrelated. Hoteling, his work, The Economics of Exhaustible Resources, published in 1931. Coase, his work on the problem of social caste, published in 1960. And Pigou, his very famous The Economics of Welfare, Oxford University Press, 1932. So what do they say actually? Hoteling says for natural resource not to be extracted, that is for a tree not to be cut and sold in the market, it must grow at a rate higher than the rate of interest. If it is not growing more than higher than the rate of interest, it has to be changed into cash and put in a bank account. Whereas Coase says that optimal solution to, because this will, the argument of hoteling will create external diseconomies, and Coase made a very serious argument which says that optimal solution to externalities is bargaining between the parties, and actually the transaction cost of this bargaining in our economies will be extremely high. So therefore, it is simplified by with the help of the cost theorem, the Pigou tax theorem. Revenues from tax can offset cost of externalities. So putting these 3 theorems together, what we have, the economic system, economic policies, monetary policy, fiscal policy, banking regulation, BIS standards, all of these are actually within this context of these 3 theorems. So the problem with these theorems is that natural resources through the banking and financial system should be transformed into man-made resources. The problem here is that they totally ignore ecological footprint in doing that. And the current trend is that even if there is an ecological footprint, then the tax revenues will compensate for it. So this is the crux of the matter. The most serious reform measures are based on this philosophy that we have to do the economic activity, and if there's anything happening to ecology, then the tax revenues will compensate for it. So the argument which we are making, and those scientists which I showed to you before, the argument is that when we destroy ecology, the tax revenues are basically useless. So that theorem and those policies, this is the consequence: financialization, financial assets far exceeding real sector. In 2017, I calculated that the world GDP, and then the global financial assets, and then the global derivatives. If you can see this, it shows that the world GDP was 78 trillion, world derivatives were something 500 trillion, and world financial assets 300 trillion. This is the result of that, those Hotelling theorem and cost and other policies, put them together. The financial system has assumed, you can see here, the actual GDP, the real economy, for that year was 78 trillion, which is about 9% of the financial, the rest of this donut. So as a result of that, what we have is waste in land and water, CO2 emissions, poaching, poverty, pandemics, financial crises, disasters, injustices, and inequalities. This is what we have. So what should be the response of the Islamic economics and finance? Of course, we have to revert to the Quran, to the book of wisdom, to look at what has happened. And here is a verse. There are so many wisdom, there are so many verses there in the Quran that I only was able to put here some of them. Here is one, Surah Ar-Rum, Ayah 41. And basically what it says is that corruption has appeared throughout the land and sea by reason of what the hands of people have earned. So Allah may let them taste part of the consequence of what they have done, which is the pandemic in this particular case. Perhaps they will return to righteousness. So is a test which this ayah directly talks about it, that so that we can get lesson out of it. Here is another one. What is our relationship with earth? And this is Surah Hud, verse 61. Allah brought you into being from earth and made you dwell in it. Therefore ask forgiveness of him, then turn to him. Surely my Lord is very answering. So basically our relationship with earth, of course we don't say Mother Earth, but this is what it actually implies, that we are from earth and we have to have that type of relationship with earth. And here is what the role of human being on earth is: the vicegerent of Allah. The human being is the vicegerent of Allah. And as a vicegerent of Allah, we have to have a universal balance, mizan. And in Surah Ar-Rahman, there's a lot of wisdom there, which is about the heaven he raised and imposed the balance. It's about cosmic balance, and that you not transgress within the balance. So basically it is the cosmology as well as the internal equilibrium of creation, biological, nutritional, functional, etc., life-sustaining elements, capacity and environment of the planet, air, water, energy, rotational balance, etc., circularity of nature, water cycle, oxygen cycle, and carbon cycle, food cycle, photosynthesis, demographic equilibrium, families, and future generations, that all of this and much more, putting them together, would be what we can call as universal balance, which from my point of view, is a good translation of Mizan. This is what we are expected to do. So if we translate the concept of Mizan into ecological preconditions, then this is the list which is most apparent for the sake of making it short. There has to be zero waste, zero emissions, zero deforestation, zero poaching, zero riba interest, zero foreclosures, and compassion. And this will lead to an economy which is based on nature and which will be circular in its nature. So what does nature-based mean? Actually, nature-based means it is very simple. If you look all the key natural laws, the water cycle, the carbon cycle, the oxygen cycle, the marine food cycle, all of this in this process, nature doesn't waste. Water, not a single drop of water has been wasted by nature over the billions of years of Earth. So can we derive a lesson from this attribute of nature which doesn't waste? Can we have an economic system focused on zero waste? Basically, that's what the idea of a nature-based economic system means. So what should we do to have a nature-based economic system? The first thing comes to mind is individual lifestyle reform. And what has happened, the great lockdown has given us an opportunity to practice a lifestyle of moderation. There is a scientific evidence emerging that because of the great lockdown, at least the ecology has been healing. So here is an interesting thing which about my personal life, but I don't bother to share it with you. This is very interesting. You can use it to do it for yourself. Global Footprint Network. This network will ask you some questions and will give you a result. What is your footprint on the ecology? So I did it in February 25 for myself. And the result was that if everybody in the world has to live like my lifestyle, we need 6.6 Earths, not one Earth. So to be in one Earth, I am not fit in there. I need 6.6 Earths to be. And I repeated the same on February and on June 15. So when I did that, it deleted these 3 half and 2 full Earth from me because I was not traveling and I'm not using my car. I'm not going out eating, and for all those reasons, my footprint on ecology has reduced, but still it is 4 Earth. Meaning by that, basically what's the problem with here is that our houses in the desert are using a lot of energy. Because of that, the footprint of the people living in these regions on ecology is very strong. So the second point, so we need lifestyle change basically to do it. The second point is what do we need to do? Second point is nature-based, circular, impactful businesses. the businesses should be impactful. Impactful means catering to this. Business should not create waste. Business should not emit CO2. Business does not lead to deforestation, should not do poaching, should not deal with riba, should not be in foreclosures, should be compassion-based. There has to be criteria like this for the businesses too. For right now, such a criteria for the businesses does not exist. So this is the second thing which we need to do to establish a nature-based, or at least closer to nature-based economy. And the third thing, so if we do this, implement this type of criteria, will not the nature-based, circular, and impactful business criteria increase the cost of doing business? And the answer is yes, it will increase the cost of doing business, and then we have to tackle it with shared responsibility. What does shared responsibility mean? So the third point which I'm making is that we need to create, I gave it a name to distinguish it from the existing interest-based free loans. I call it massive interest-free loans for SMEs. Actually, this is what is happening worldwide. Trillions of dollars are being pushed into the market to help especially the SME sector to confront the liquidity crisis. But we have to create it on permanent basis. So this can be done by shared responsibility. This is a core point. So how we can create massive interest-free loans for SMEs? We have Islamic social finance, and we have Islamic banks. Right now, they go to different directions. So what we need to do is that bring them together. They should blend their resources, and in that blending, the cost of finance on behalf of SMEs can be paid by the social finance as grants, and the financing can come from Islamic banks. So this type of cooperation will create a lot of subsidized financing for SMEs. The impactful SMEs will get cost-free finance, or at least subsidized finance. So just for the sake of example, if cost of finance is 4%, $1 million social finance grant will generate $25 million cost-free financing for the SMEs. So social finance and Islamic finance working together can create a large-scale subsidized financing for SMEs who conform to the ecological criteria. But it has also wider applications. The same can be done for low-cost housing and other needy sectors of the economy. The fourth point is replace foreclosure with forbearance. Right now, there's this foreclosure, but in Islamic finance, we have forbearance if there's a problem. So there's another shared responsibility point. This is what we do. When a person becomes sick, the society collectively takes care. This is what we learned from the COVID-19, and of course, from our cultural values and civilizational responsibility. Then when a person becomes sick, the society collectively takes care. Likewise, when an impactful, responsible business becomes sick, it deserves similar treatment instead of foreclosure. We have to collective responsibility by Islamic banks and the social finance to deserve the same treatment of sympathy. In distress, impactful businesses should receive more patronage and supervision and support instead of foreclosure. So the fifth point is that this cannot be done without a consensus between the regulators, social finance, and Islamic finance to create the massive interest-free loans and to agree on impactful business criteria and to also agree on forbearance We need a consensus between regulators, social finance, and Islamic banks. Otherwise, it will not work. So, what do we need to do? This is number 6. We need transformative pedagogy at all levels of Bloom's taxonomy and educational segments. Actually, right now we don't teach ecology or ecological economy in our Islamic economics and finance programs. We really need to offer courses on ecological, Islamic economy and finance, and then we can discuss those courses at all levels of the Bloom's taxonomy, which will, of course, have a lot of impact on our thought processes and intellectual and policy development and professional development. In fact, what is going on in the job market is that new and most wanted employment category, I am very active in looking in the employment for economists category. So this type of professionals who can have ecological understanding and mixing it with economics and finance, there is a great demand. In fact, wherever there is an employment opportunity for economists, there is a requirement. So I am calling it actually is economist instead of the traditional economists. They are getting out of the market. The traditional economists are getting out of the market. So we have to prepare our students into the young generation into this new economic trend. What do we need to do? This is number 7, multidisciplinary research and multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary research at all hierarchical levels. In the bottom of it, we have products and services for the financial contracts and the financial services which financial sector is providing. These must conform to this new idea of ecological based economy. Knowledge, information, and Sharia advisory level. As I said, in our university knowledge programs, as well as in training and other programs, there's a lot of need for these new ideas. In information, a lot of need for data on this type of new thinking, and the Sharia advisory has also to look at it. The best practice standards at national level, right now, the IOF standards, the IFSB standards, these are far from the new realities, actually. National legal and policy support level, global, all these are very important new areas of research. And I was very happy that some of these issues have been discussed in the conference in different papers, especially the paper from Indonesia about West Bank, and one of the papers from one of my students, Fato Baji, blended finance for circular paddy production, and other papers like that actually fit into this area. And this is the area which we need to develop for policy support and educational development. Number 8, what we need to do, responding and adopting the emerging global initiatives where relevant. Actually, what I am talking about is at the heart of the global initiatives. Adopting technological advancement in all fields, we can reduce carbon emission. This is very much obvious that the battery storage, the solar storage batteries have reduced the cost of solar, and it is becoming almost, in many places, is becoming free, for example. We can, here, there is a lot of sensors have been put in different places for water consumption. So zero waste and zero emissions is very much possible through using technology. Responsible banking, responsible investment, responsible insurance. There are principles already adopted in the UN on this, value-based intermediation in Malaysia, UN climate finance initiatives, circular economy transmission initiatives, net zero initiatives, SDGs, ESGs. All of this actually are very much supportive of the ideas which I am sharing with you, so we can benefit from them. So coming to this final points, studying nature-based economies, a new paradigm driven by ecological concerns is indeed emerging. The new discipline shall be distanced from the discipline of economics and the new profession from the profession of economist. To heal ecology through economy, Zaim made to consider taking the first step and introducing two new dictionary words. This is economics, which I am suggesting, so that we can study economy in relationship with ecology instead of human behavior, which economics is discussing, greedy human behavior. And the profession will be so that we can study, become expert of the economy's problems in relation to ecology instead of discussing human behavior in a greedy environment. So my conclusion is that a post-COVID-19 new suggested framework for Islamic economics and finance is nature-based Islamic ecological circular economy, which is the study of the Islamic economy within the natural boundaries of ecology. The time is to offer undergraduate, master's, and PhD courses on this particular subject. Finally, I want to thank IZU, Sabahattin Zaim University, and Islamic Development Bank, Islamic Research and Training Institute, and the International Association for Islamic Economics, and my own university, Hamad bin Khalifa University, and the other esteemed organization who supported this particular conference, which is one of the most prestigious conferences. And at the same time, I am humbled to say my thanks to Professor Bulut, with whom we have been in direct contact for this conference. And if I don't mention the name of Dr. Chachi, who has been in contact with me for this conference for the last almost 4 years, it would not be justice. So thank you very much, Sister Zainab. That was my presentation.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, thanks a lot for the presentation. Our dear audience, now we will have soon our second keynote speech for today, which will be delivered by Professor Dr. Monserrat. The issue will be again about COVID-19. Yeah, yes, Professor.
It is in the same room? This is the same number?
No, we will have another one, but for the audience, it does not matter. They will continue to watch from the same place.
Okay, so sorry, I don't know how I will attend this. You are moderating that also?
Yeah, I will continue with that.
Okay.
So yes, you're welcome. For our audience, soon we will continue with Professor Monserrat's presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. The same team.
You're welcome.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
You're welcome. Tamam. Tamam, sağ olun. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. We are back with our second keynote speech for today, which will be presented by Prof. Monzar Haf. I will briefly introduce him first, then he will give his speech, which has the title of the COVID-19 economic crisis, a double wake-up call in finance. So this will be our second speech actually today, which will be about COVID-19. Professor Dr. Monzar Haf is a Syrian-American professor of Islamic economics and finance. He received his PhD in economics from University of Utah in 1975. He has made significant contributions to Islamic economics and finance. His contributions include being a collaborating expert at the Islamic Fiqh Academy, IMF consultant on Islamic finance, and resource person for islamonline.net and on Islam. Dr. Monzar also served as the head of research in IICIEF, a senior research economist, director of finance in the Islamic Society of North America, and a few other positions. He is the author of 35 books, more than 75 published articles, and scores of conference and encyclopedia entries on Awqaf, Zakat, Islamic finance and banking, and other areas of Islamic economics. He is currently a faculty member at the Department of Islamic Economics and Finance in Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University. So welcome, Prof. Monzar. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Hafsa. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wa salatu wa salamu ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. My topic is simple and rather I should say very simple. I am going to talk about what is the wake-up call that this economic crisis gave us in relation to the finance activities in the world, all over the world as a matter of fact, and what Islamic finance has to do with it. So, of course, after Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, the little thing about the economic crisis that is we expect shrinking in GDP in most developed countries. It may be up to 30%, not only for 1 year, but for even a few years after it. This year and probably coming to extend for several years after it. Then we have a level of unemployment that is unprecedented even in the crisis of 1929. It's over 22 million unemployed in the United States alone. The vulnerable classes have suffered a lot and have went to the bare minimum, and a large increase in the number also of vulnerable, economically vulnerable people. We woke up with the COVID-19 crisis and we found that we don't have adequate or enough medical supply, hospital services, and medical research. We are short on them. The supply chain of food in the most advanced, largest economy in the world has broken. So the chain of food has broken in America. Bankruptcy of retailers, companies as old as more than 100 years old declared bankruptcy. Companies of decades services declared bankruptcy, like JCPenney in America, like Hertz, car rental, and several others. Let alone the smaller companies that we don't talk about them. These are in the hundreds and thousands. High and further soaring prices of medicine, medical supplies, and medical services. One corona case cost in one of the hospitals in Seattle, $1.1 million. The bill came with $1.1 million for spending 20 or 30 days in the hospital. Unbelievable cost. The very soaring prices of medicine and medical services, soaring prices of food, spread of hunger inside the United States, let alone other countries, high rate of death among the wise and the experienced, those who are above 65, those who have gained a lot of experience and they have a lot to offer, high rate of death among them. Millennials, it is said that the millennials will be the least lucky generation in America. They are reaching the job market and finding no job opportunities and no income, no future. All these, why did it happen? Why it is, where is the problem and where did it start? The problem started by dragging financial resources into non-productive activities. Instead of producing food and medicine and medical supply, we have traded options. We have placed, depending on the estimation, the modest estimation of the International Bank of Settlement is in the $600 trillion, but some estimations go up to $1,200 trillion are invested in options and other derivatives. The market value of exchange listed company is 2 to 3 times double the real value of these companies. We have invested 78 trillion in these in the market value of equity, yet the price of these companies is less than a third of what has been invested in it. The cryptocurrencies, we invested about $500 billion in it, and all these investments do not produce medicine, do not produce medical supplies, do not produce food, do not produce goods for consumers, for the welfare of a human being. The bubbles and the meltdown of bubbles that we witnessed, more than one bubble and melting down, then later, whether in the prices of housing or in the dot-com bubble few years before that, all these bubbles and the meltdown means that we have used our resources in the wrong place. What is needed is to come back to senses. Add to it the huge number of human resources that we have invested in these non-productive activities, non-productive investment, non-productive research. Instead of medical research, we made research on the future changes of interest rate and in the future securitization of debts and future rates of discounting. That we needed research in medical supplies, we needed research in food production, we needed research in these areas, but instead we have used our human resources, our intellect in making researches in things that when the meltdown comes, they show that they are in reality nothing that relates to human welfare in any sense. Securitization and discounting of debts do not create value. Changing the creditor or the debtor from X to Y or from Z to L does not really change anything in the welfare of a human being. What is needed is a wake up. We need to produce medical supplies, food, manufactured goods, and the like. There is a need to bring all such resources back to the real economy of production and trade and exchange. Only Islamic finance can do that. Islamic finance requires that all financial resources can only be channeled through sale of real goods, lease of real assets, or sharing of creating new projects in cooperation with others. This is the wake-up call for the finance sector in the world economy. We needed to change. We need to take the lesson from Islamic finance to make all the activities of financial institutions going only through sale, lease, and sharing without assigning any resources to fake assets or to fake transactions, to speculation that raises the prices of equities and other things. The second wake-up call comes down to home, comes down to Islamic finance. Here I am going to talk about three areas: the market penetration of Islamic finance, the invoking our Islamic ethics in Islamic finance, and rethinking the what we call the Islamic social finance. The crisis, or this crisis rather, ascertains that Islamic finance is on the right track. More than ever, by insisting on offering finance only to real market activities and refraining from financing any illusionary items such as options and futures or cryptocurrency, refraining from harmful items such as tobacco and liquor, refraining from speculative transactions such as trading indices in their extreme form, or the contract for difference. All these are not part of Islamic finance. We stay away from them. We do not accept them. We reject them as non-acceptable. Refraining from all non-productive activities such as debt discounting or equity speculation. This ascertaining was very important, that we are on the right track. We are doing right in Islamic finance. We call on all financial intermediaries and financial institutions in the world to take the example of Islamic finance. The wake-up call in that there is really economic sense at time of crisis to invoke into activity the verse number 280 of the surah number 2 in the Quran that talks about debt payment moratorium. We need, at the time of crisis, debt moratorium. We need debt payment moratorium in Islamic finance and in finance in the whole world. I call on the Muslim countries, all Muslim governments, Muslim majority governments should impose a moratorium on debt payment for 6 months. It is a shame on some Katilim participatory and Islamic banks that some of them ask their customers to make tawarruq in order to make payment, that is rescheduling actually the debt with increment. in violation and in clear contrast with the verse 280 of the Quran, of the surah number 2 in the Quran, that we give time for people who are under debt until it becomes possible for them to make their payment. So we need to give time. We need to impose moratorium on debt, not to reschedule debts with increment, whether through tawarruq or through interest, it is the same. Shame on some Islamic banks that ask their customers to do that, and on IDB if it does that, and definitely it should not do that all. It is a wake-up call also to revise our understanding of Islamic social finance. The prevailing ideas of awqaf and zakah turn out to be insufficient and inadequate to achieve their own proudly stated objectives. We always say that the objective of zakah is to redistribute wealth and income, is to take care of the people who are unfortunate in their economic destiny. We always claim that, but when we look at our definition of zakah and our application in the world of today of zakah, we find it really deficient, inadequate, and insufficient to take care of poverty in normal days, let alone at times of crisis. The same way awqaf. The first awqaf that was created on the advice of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was an awqaf for the poor and needy, created by Umar when he asked the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and he created his waqf. It was a poor and needy waqf. So we need to come back in our concept of waqf, instead of being only mosques and only places of worship, to be for social activities, for social relief, for relieving the poor and needy, for elimination of poverty. This is the main objective of awqaf, and this is where it should be focusing. So in both awqaf and zakah, we have a lot of deficiency. What is needed in matters of zakah, our pretended claims, which is very important, and it is indicated in the verses of the Quran itself, that zakah aims at redistribution of wealth and income. So we need really to make it effective. To make zakah effective, we need a reform in our understanding of zakah. First, we need zakah to be enforced by law. It is not a voluntary payment to the poor. It is a duty, an obligation, a requirement on the poor, on the rich, to help the poor and to share his wealth and his income with the poor. So zakah need to be enforced by law in all Muslim countries. We need not to exempt the fundamental wealth of the wealthy from zakah. We need to revise our fiqh so that the zakah becomes effective for fulfilling its objective in eradication of poverty and in avoiding concentration of wealth and income, in redistribution of wealth and income. To make it effective, we need to revise our fiqh. According to our present fiqh today, these zakah proceeds cannot be more than less than 0.5% of GDP in any Muslim country. The reality is that we are exempting the rich because we exempt all investment fixed assets. building, factories, refineries, hotels, all these properties are exempt from zakah because we apply the ideas of fiqh that were generated more 1,000 years ago when there were no such kinds of wealth. We apply it to a situation where we have different kind of wealth, and this is where we need to revise our fiqh to make zakah effective. For awqaf, we need to again to look at our important and very valuable claims that awqaf is make an infrastructure for charity. The default objective of awqaf is social help to the poor and needy. Our ancestors left us a lot of awqaf properties that we left neglected. We should not do that. What we need that to reform our existing practices of awqaf and that actually reduce them to ineffective. Most our awqaf are either mosques or blank lands that is not utilized. The corrupt management and the meager return of awqaf, the meager proceeds of awqaf make awqaf very negligible. So we need a reform also in our awqaf. There is a need for outside of the box, fresh thinking of zakah and awqaf. Zakatable items should be revised so that the rich among us will pay zakah instead of being exempt from zakah. We need legal enforcement of zakat to be required by law. We need efficient non-governmental management of zakah and of awqaf properties to be managed by the third sector, not by the government that showed actually its inability and ineffective management of awqaf. We need a big change in both awqaf and zakah. And with that, I thank you very much and thank all my audience. And also I thank the organizers of this conference, the 12th Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. And thank you also, Dr. Hafsa. Walhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen.
Thanks a lot, Professor, for your presentation, in which you try to explain us briefly from which aspects this last pandemic could help us to see actually from which aspects we can improve the situation in Islamic finance, especially. Thanks for that. Now, dear audience, we have actually finished today's keynote speeches. Our program will continue with parallel sessions. As far as I remember, they will start at 4 o'clock. So we will have a short break now. Thanks for attending. Thanks for listening us.
Thank you. Assalamu
alaikum.
Our world today is full of opportunity, but it's also full of challenges, both to business and to investment. For countries to develop their economies, achieve their sustainable development goals, and create new jobs, they need to have access to finance and be able to mitigate political and commercial risk. So, to cater for the needs of the private sector in its member countries, the Islamic Development Bank Group created 3 dedicated business arms. Working with ISDB group organizations means you gain more support for your projects, Islamic finance for your trade, and Islamic insurance against business risk. The Islamic Corporation for the Insurance of Investment and Export Credit, or ICIEF, helps to enlarge the scope of cross-border trade and facilitates foreign investment into IOC member countries. Our Sharia-compliant insurance and reinsurance solutions gives you the confidence to enter new markets, while minimizing risk and making your business more competitive. Well positioned in the credit and political risk industry, our range of products is widely accepted across the business community, helping member countries to grow their economies. The Islamic Corporation for the Development of the Private Sector, or ICD, provides access to Sharia-compliant finance. Our mission is to help businesses like yours thrive, and in turn boost the economic growth of the private sector in all our member countries. Islamic finance, mid to long-term finance, industry finance, large-scale infrastructure finance. Whether you're a deep-rooted establishment or a startup enterprise, our portfolio of finance solutions will help your business achieve its ambitions. We want businesses to flourish, and not just within their home markets. To catalyze trade, we founded the International Islamic Trade Finance Corporation, or ITFC. By enhancing intra-OIC trade, we contribute to the growth of imports and exports in our member countries. Our solutions strengthen economies within, between, and beyond our member countries. With integrated trade solutions, including Sharia-compliant trade finance and trade development programs, our client partnerships are designed to ensure their business success. Together, our organizations address every challenge your business faces through a comprehensive partnership formula. ICD finances your projects. ITFC finances and boosts your trade deals. ICIEF ensures your investment and export transactions. And ISDB's Group Business Forum, THICA, promotes synergy among ISDB group member countries. The result is a perfect ecosystem for your business to grow.
Neden katılım bankacılığı biliyor musunuz? Aslında cevap çok basit. Katılım bankacılığı, birlikte kazanmayı, bununla birlikte inanç ve değerlerimizi yok saymadan kazanmayı esas alır. Katılım bankacılığı, yatırımlarınızın doğru yerlere kanalize edilerek hem sizlerin hem de bankanızın adilce kazandığı bir sistemdir. Nasıl mı? Bir işe yatırım yaptığınızı ya da emeğinizi koyduğunuzu düşünün. O işten alnınızın teriyle elde ettiğiniz kar ne kadar hakkınızsa, birikiminizi katılım bankacılığında değerlendirerek elde ettiğiniz kar payı da o kadar hakkınızdır. Bizce kazanç kadar nasıl kazanıldığı da önemlidir. Bu yüzden katılım bankacılığında şeffaflık esastır. Birikiminizin nerede, ne şekilde değerlendirildiğini bilirsiniz. Böylece bankanızın yaptığı yatırıma, dolayısıyla bu yatırımdan elde edilen kâra ve zarara katılım bankasıyla birlikte ortak olursunuz. Paranız hem kanuni düzenlemelere hem de faizsiz bankacılık ilkelerine uygun yönetilmiş ve değerlendirilmiş olur. Bu sayede birikimleriniz inançlarınıza ters düşecek alanlara değil, toplum sağlığına hizmet eder. Kısaca sizlere daima güler yüzlü ve kaliteli hizmet veren katılım bankacılığı, aynı değerlerle yoğrulmuş, aynı yoldan geçmiş, aynı toprağa basan, aynı havayı soluyan bizlerin bankacılığıdır. Gücümüzü birleştirip, birlikte üretmek, birlikte kazanmaktır. Çünkü siz kazandıkça, birlikte kazandıkça, omuz omuza bir oldukça biliyoruz ki Türkiye kazanır, Türkiye güçlenir. Türkiye katılımla güçleniyor.
The Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC, is the world's second largest international organization after the United Nations, with almost 1.8 billion people and 57 member countries spread over 4 continents. Since its establishment 40 years ago in Ankara, the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries, SESRIC, has been the first subsidiary organ of the OIC with the objective to serve the OIC and its member countries in the areas of statistics, economic and social research, and training and technical cooperation. To strengthen the existing ties and cooperation between Islamic countries, there is an obvious need for reliable and consistent data and information. Serving as the statistical data bank of the OIC, SESRIC contributes to the efforts of member countries to explore each other's potential and needs in order to enhance cooperation among themselves in various areas of socio-economic development. To serve this purpose, SESRIC collates and processes socio-economic statistics from the databases of national statistical offices of member countries and international organizations, and disseminates a large number of economic and social statistical indicators through various statistical applications developed by SESRIC, such as the OIC Statistics Database, OIC Countries in Figures, and others. In addition, SESRIC serves as the Secretariat of the OIC Statistical Commission, the only OIC corporation forum in the field of statistics, which convenes every year at the level of heads of the national statistical offices of the member countries and representatives of regional and international organizations to assess the possibilities for cooperation through exchange of views and best practices. In the field of statistics, SESRIC also organizes capacity-building programs to share knowledge and experience among the national statistical offices of the member countries and improve their institutional capacities and human resources. In the field of economic and social research, SESRIC follows up, evaluates and analyzes the current socio-economic situation in the member countries and reports on this situation through its technical background research reports, which cover a wide range of areas including, but not limited to, trade, education, health, agriculture, poverty, environment, science and technology, transportation, tourism, and vulnerable social groups such as children, youth, women, and elderly people. These reports identify the problems and challenges facing member countries in these areas and suggest solutions for cooperation. In addition to these reports, SESRIC contributes to the policy dialogue mechanism within the OIC framework by preparing and leading the preparation of strategy documents, including programs of action, roadmaps and cooperation frameworks on various socio-economic fields and in accordance with the decisions and resolutions adopted by various relevant OIC platforms. SESRIC also shares the outcomes and findings of academic studies and papers in the field of development and cooperation in Islamic countries with the public through a quarterly published academic journal, Journal of Economic Cooperation and Development. The OIC member countries spread over almost 25% of the world land area on 4 continents and constitute 24% of the world's population with a wealth of natural resources, youth and dynamic human resources, fast-growing economies, and strategic trading regions. The OIC member states are also a center of attraction owing to their historical, cultural, and touristic values. However, although there are areas where these countries have relatively significant advantages, they are still lagging behind in many areas such as education, health, science and technology, and human development. Their shares in global production, trade, and foreign investment are still below the desired levels. SESRIC works to develop solutions to the various problems and challenges facing the member states through the cooperation and solidarity approach and by activating the great potential of these countries. SESRIC thus plays a significant role in enhancing the South-South cooperation within the OIC community by using various modalities such as institutional and human resources capacity building programs, seminars, workshops, symposiums, conferences, and similar events for sharing knowledge and experience, field study visits, vocational education and skills training, cooperation portals, expert networks and rosters. Over the past few years, SESRIC has embarked upon several capacity-building projects and initiatives that enhanced knowledge transfer in different contexts based on mutuality, unity, and solidarity. While implementing several projects, SESRIC adopts a tripartite cooperation mechanism where member countries are actively involved to share knowledge, technology, expertise, and best practices, i.e. provider country, beneficiary country, and SESRIC as facilitator. SESRIC also contributes to the development efforts of individual member countries by supporting disadvantaged groups such as refugees and asylum seekers through specific projects aimed at developing vocational and entrepreneurial skills. While facilitating the transfer of knowledge and experience among the relevant institutions in the member countries, SESRIC maintains a dynamic partnership with various relevant stakeholders, including government entities, international institutions, non-government organizations, as well as the private sector. Initiating and implementing various new cooperation modalities, SESRIC will continue to support the sustainable development efforts of the OIC member states with a view to enhancing the solidarity and prosperity of the member countries and the Muslim Ummah at large.
The Islamic Development Bank has been a symbol of trust, credibility, strength and stability for over 44 years. As we build on our successes of the past, we look to the future, a future of growth, empowering communities to drive their own economic and social progress at scale, investing in the infrastructure that enables them to fulfill their potential, building collaborative partnerships between public and private sectors, communities and nations, supporting science, technology and innovation-led solutions which aid the UN Sustainable Development Goals,
University in the City of Civilizations, Istanbul, from proud past to bright future. Among the world's top 500 sustainable universities, Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University prepares its students for illustration careers with its experienced academic staff, cutting-edge classrooms, technological research infrastructure, international collaborations, and diverse educational opportunities. Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is the proud winner of Good Governance and Green Campus Cambridge IFA 3G Award in the year 2020.
Our next winner comes from the higher education sector. The Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is the proud winner of the 3G University Campus of the year 2020.
Welcome. My name is Mehmet Bulut and I am the rector of Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, an international research university with over 11,000 students, 4,000 of whom are postgraduate students. Just last year, we were listed in top 500 sustainable university campuses around the world by Green Metrics. Our scholars are proud pioneers in the field of Islamic economics and finance, halal industry, political science and international relations. We believe in social responsibility and public service to humanity. In this spirit, we provide full sponsored education to students from the regional conflict zones to all of the world. Our university grows day by day, featuring a diverse community from more than 95 countries in a large, beautiful green campus with a minimal carbon footprint, with over 60 square kilometers set aside for sustainable agriculture. We believe in that the most important capital and value is well-educated young generation. From our noble past to bright future, we are trying to do our best on higher education.
Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is an international research university with over 10,000 students and an international student body hailing from over 87 countries to pursue degrees from among Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University's expansive selection of undergraduate and graduate programs. Science, exploration, innovation, art, sports, history, nature. The gates of the past that open into the future lay on this campus. Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University. Islamic economics is the collection of rules, values and standards of conduct that organize economic life and establish relations of production in an Islamic society. These rules and standards are based on the Islamic order as recognized in the Quran and Sunnah and the corpus of jurisprudence which was developed over the last 1400 years by thousands of jurists and academicians responding to the changing circumstances and evolving life of Muslims all over the globe. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance is the world's largest organization that enables its quest to be conducted in an academic environment. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance series have started in 1976. This series are considered among the most prestigious academic events in the field of Islamic economics and finance. In the last 45 years, significant contributions to both theory and practice of contemporary Islamic economics and finance have been realized through research and intellectual dialogue. It was held in Mecca, Saudi Arabia, and organized by the King Abdulaziz University. It was organized by International Islamic University, and participants came together in Islamabad, Pakistan. The conference moved into a different continent and held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The organizer was International Islamic University, Malaysia. The fourth conference was held in Loughborough, United Kingdom, and for the first time, it was being officially recognized by Western academic world. The name of the conference series has been changed, and it became International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. Fifth conference, with its new name, was held in Bahrain by the Organization of Bahrain University. It was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, and jointly organized by Indonesian Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank of Indonesia. By the 7th conference, a new session has been included. Hereupon, an Islamic Economics and Finance Education Symposium during the conference has been held as well. The organizer of the 7th conference was King Abdulaziz University, and it took place in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. 8th conference was the beginning of a new trend because more than 100 papers presented during the conference. It was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of
First of all, I would like to be thanks to the organizer of the Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, the 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. Really, this is a big organization. This time, this pandemic times, they organized very difficult, very big organization, and it is really very, we have very nice presentation and papers on this conference. We are going to start to this section. This section is generally, we are going to, the presentation, they are going to be, talk about the income distribution and poverty problem. The section name is Multidimensional Development and Poverty Alleviation. We are, for this section, we have 6 presentations, and I am going to follow up to this schedule on the published conference paper. And the first paper, the title is Shifting Paradigms in the Waqf Economics Toward the Renewed Focus on Socioeconomic Research and Development. Abdullah Abdubakr and Lamido, he is from Nigeria, and International Islamic Economics Malaysia. He's coming from Malaysia. We are going to listen first of this presentation. State for this is for you. Okay, you can start.
أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله وسلم على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. ربي اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. وبعد Mr. Chairman and other scholars here, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. The title of my paper is Shifting Paradigms in Waqf Economics Towards an Agenda for Socioeconomic Research and Development. The paper is essentially a review article that tries to look at the trends in the studies regarding Waqf and see to what extent has attention been given to the economic dimension of the Waqf sector, especially the socio-economic aspect of Waqf. The paper also tries to establish the strategic importance of the socio-economic dimension of the Waqf sector, and then to make a case for a renewed focus on the economics of Waqf. In the introduction of the paper, I try to emphasize the point that Waqf has historically been used in Muslim communities and Muslim societies as a primary building block of the Islamic economic system. It was done that, in history, and it should continue to be seen as an important building block of the Islamic economic system. Waqf has been used also as a mechanism for sustainable poverty alleviation and economic empowerment, and also as a tool for civilizational development and renewal. In fact, many scholars argue that proper understanding of the Islamic civilization cannot be attained without a proper understanding of the workings and dynamics of the Waqf system, due to the multidimensional relevance of the Waqf system in terms of the economic, educational, political, social, and other aspects of Islamic civilization. And that is why scholars like Mustafa Sibai counts Waqf among the glittering aspects of the Islamic civilization. He says, min rawa'i'i hadaratina. And also, we know that Waqf has been used as a tool for civilizational exchange between the Muslim world and the other part of the world, including the West, as we know from the researches of scholars like Monica Gugliosi, who established that the Western Trust actually got their origins from the Waqf system. Now, Waqf has two dimensions as it is discussed in the literature. Of course, if it is to be seen broadly. The first dimension is the religious dimension, the spiritual religious dimension, which has to do with aspects of spiritualities like building masajid, cemeteries, and so on, which are related to the purely religious dimension of human life. But there is also the other dimension, which is the focus of our discussion, the socio-economic dimension, the philanthropic Waqf, which is established for the purpose of promoting socio-economic well-being of the people, either the general public or specific class of beneficiaries. The goal is to provide public goods, to reduce poverty, to empower the poor, and get them not only getting them out of poverty, but take them to the next level of a standard of living, and then stimulating growth in the economy. Now, there's dimensions to studying Waqf. The first one, of course, is the jurisprudential, the fiqh aspect of Waqf. There is also the historical civilizational. How has the Waqf system developed? What happened as far as the contributions of the Waqf to civilization is concerned, and so on and so forth. Many researches are conducted in that direction. There is also the administrative aspect of Waqf and its management. Then the legal dimension. There is also the developmental or development and investment dimension. How should Waqf properties be developed and invested for generating income and so on? The last I will mention, of course, is not the only, these are not the only, there is also the accounting and auditing dimension, but then there is also the socio-economic dimension. Of all these dimensions of Waqf, the economic dimension is strategically important because nearly all the others we have mentioned, from the fiqhi dimension and administrative and so on, they are basically and essentially related to the, the means, to the means and procedures as far as the Waqf institution is concerned. But the socio-economic dimension is what is related directly to the goal of the Waqf, the end of the Waqf system. That is reducing poverty, empowering people, providing public goods and so on. And so the socio-economic dimension is actually what represents the final objective of the Waqf system. And we see the importance of the socio-economic dimension of Waqf at least in three aspects. One, we see a lot of textual evidences that show particular importance of the socio-economic aspect of Waqf. For example, if we consider the ahadith of the Prophet ﷺ that are discussed in the chapter of Waqf, even in the books of fiqh, what we see is that most of them emphasize, most of the most popular ahadith actually emphasize the socio-economic dimension of Waqf. They don't talk much about providing the principles of Waqf, except perhaps the hadith of Umar that gives that details. But if you consider the hadith of Umar itself, it focuses upon how the Waqf can be used to help the poor, the needy, and so on. The same thing related to the hadith of Abu Talha, his orchard, when he approached the Prophet ﷺ. And the Prophet ﷺ encouraged him to use it as a socio-economic, as a philanthropic Waqf to support the poor and the needy, including part of his family. The same thing applies to the hadith of Uthman. This is what one will see in many of the hadiths of the Prophet ﷺ. If we consider the practice of the Prophet ﷺ himself also, we see that although the Prophet ﷺ did a number of awqaf, but there was particular importance given by the Prophet ﷺ to the socio-economic aspect of waqf in his practice. And so even though he has, of course, done the waqf of masjid, but then you see more waqfs of the Prophet ﷺ related to the 7 farmlands he gave as waqf and so on. So you see in the practice of the Prophet ﷺ, so also other companions if we consider. This understanding of waqf as a socio-economic developmental institution, as an institution for reducing the suffering, the socio-economic suffering of the people, continued throughout the time of the companions, the Umayyad, the Abbasid, down to the Ottoman Caliphate. That is why we would see, for example, in the 18th century Turkey, most of the awqaf that have been recorded were actually socio-economic waqf. Socio-economic waqf were 46%, while you only have about 25% that are purely religious. Of course, others might be related to education and so on. The same thing in Aleppo, where you get 65% of them being waqfs that are related to the socio-economy.
Excuse me. We just for each presentation we have the 15 minutes.
Okay.
It is going to be finished. Just as possible.
Okay.
Try to be.
Now, I've tried to show that waqf has been seen as a socio-economic institution, but this changed after colonialism. And what we see is that people's perception has been reduced to seeing waqf as a purely religious institution. This is seen also in practice, where while people establish more masajid, which is good, but then there is near freeze, as research shows, in establishing socio-economic awqaf. In terms of research also, we see that especially in the early stage of Islamic economics, there was not much attention to researching waqf. Even when some research started to be done, more attention was given to other aspects of the waqf institution, and statistics has been used to show that, for example, even in 2019, a research has been conducted, and it has been found that most of the researches that have been conducted in Malaysia in the last 60 years related to waqf are actually related to other dimensions, legal, administrative, and so on. but the socio-economic impact, I mean, the socio-economic aspect of the Waqf received only 10.6% of that. Now, as I said, the whole essence of this is to establish the need to pay more attention, to give additional attention to the socio-economic aspect of Waqf. For example, if we consider the level of poverty that is bedeviling the Muslim world, in some parts of the Muslim world, poverty is as high as 60, 70, or even 80%. This shows that we need to pay attention to seeing how we can actually redirect attention and redefine the purpose of Waqf to play a wider developmental role in the Muslim economies. There is therefore the need for a renewed focus on researching Waqf as a means for poverty alleviation and economic empowerment, and I recommend that Islamic economists should pay more attention to modeling how we can use Waqf, as and mainstream it as a third sector economic institution. More attention should be given to teaching and researching Waqf in the departments of economics, especially in the developing economies, where little is known about Waqf and no much researches have been done regarding the situation of Waqf vis-a-vis the socio-economic realities of the people. And finally, there is the need to establish Waqf research centers, especially in the developing economies, as I've said, for the purpose of promoting cutting-edge researches in Waqf economics within the context of the socio-economic dynamics of the Muslim countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Abdullah Abdulbakir. It was very nice presentation. We are going to move and the second presentation, the second presentation measuring sustainable economic development through an index of the safeguarding wealth, evidence from the selected OIC countries. Faisal Khan is going to, from Malaysia, is going to present this paper. Just we have very limited time. We have about 12 minutes. I hope you will use in the 12 minutes get the conclusion for your presentation. Thank you. Stage is yours.
Assalamu alaikum. Are you observing my slides here? Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. Alaikum salam, my brother.
Have you seen my slides?
No, not now. Actually, right now I see. Okay, go ahead.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيد المرسلين. Honorable Moderator, Professor Dr. Mahmoud Gulen, respected paper presenters, and the audience who are listening from different parts of the world. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, and very good evening from Bangladesh. I am really happy to be presenting in this conference because this is one of the historic day in my life, because I just ended my PhD program from International Islamic University, Malaysia, and this is my first presentation after my PhD to this international conference. And this is also a part of my thesis, and so my supervisors are also co-author of this paper. So my supervisors and co-authors are Professor Muhammad Aslam Hanif, Salama Abdullah Yusuf, and Ruzda Muhammad Amin. All are from Economics Department, International Islamic University, Malaysia, who have contributed to this paper. And the outline is some initial introductory remarks. Then I will discuss about the connection between sustainable economic development and Hifzul Mal, and there will be steps how we calculate Hifzul Mal index. Then there are findings and discussion, and finally conclusion with some policy recommendation. So now initial remarks. If we look at the Western world and how they define development until 90s, then it was unidimensional. They only focused on GDP, and after 90s, then human development idea came up, and human development index as developed by UNDP we observed. And then in 2000s onward, goal-centric development comes into the picture, and we see the MDGs and SDGs.
MDGs from 2000 to 2015 and SDGs from 2016 to 2030. So now if we look at the development discourse from the Muslim scholars' perspectives, we will see that they have focused from initially multidimensional aspects of development. No Islamic scholars, you will find Muslim scholars only talk about GDP or something unidimensional perspectives of development. They focus on multidimensional development. So that when sustainable development, they focus on multidimensional aspects. So meaning that sustainable development is making development discourse closer to the Islamic discourse of development. And in the last few decades, there are Muslim scholars who are trying to develop Islamic framework of development. And if we categorize them, we can categorize them into two: general framework and Maqasid Sharia-based frameworks. Let's say if we talk about general frameworks, then Islamicity Index by Rehman Ashkari, one of the interesting index, then Islamic Rating Index by Bachelor. And Maqasid Sharia-based index, there are many indexes, but I just would like to mention Islamic Human Development Index by Anto, then Integrated Development Index or IDEX by Amin et al. So now we have gone through two different kinds of literature. One is socioeconomic sustainable economic development, and another brand of literature is Hifzul Mal. So to come up with operational definitions of sustainable economic development and Hifzul Mal. So how we define sustainable economic development for this paper is the utilization of available economic resources, not only to meet basic needs of the present as well as future generation, but also to improve material and non-material human well-being while preserving ethical and moral values of Islam. Whereas Hifzul Mal, with operational defined as Hifzul Mal, refers to preserve and develop all resources which Allah made subservient to man. Property is anything that can be owned and has value, including the rights and benefits of ownership based on the concept of Khilafah. And resource utilization entails accountability with the objective to restore adult socioeconomic justice and promote ihsan, which is mutual benevolence. Now, I would like to talk about how we calculate Hifzul Mal index. So we have two steps. First is conceptual stage and another stage is measurement stage. In the conceptual stage, we have operational definition, then we identify components and elements from operational definitions, then we choose indicators and then come up with the mathematical expression of Hifzul Mal index, which is the formula. And then is measurement stage, we have collected relevant data, then there were missing data, we handle it, and then we have normalized the data and we calculated based on the formula developed in conceptual stage. Now look at the components of Hifzul Mal index. We have 5 components: circulation, rawaz, clarity, udu, stability, thubat, justice, adl, and growth and development, tanmiya. When we talk about circulation or rawaz, then it is we have to make available and movement of goods and services in the market, and we have to distribute widely goods and services among people. And when we talk about clarity, it is ownership is protected in terms of acquisition, transfer, unfounded claims through Sharia regulation. When we talk about stability, then it is macroeconomic, financial, and price stability, and rule of law is very important to this end. And justice is, we are talking about equitable distribution of wealth and opportunity in society. We're talking about prohibition of interest. We're talking about equal opportunity for participating in economic activities. And when we talk about growth and development, we talk about preservation of existing wealth, as well as we are going to talk about acquisition of generation of new wealth. Now let's look at the indicators what we have chosen for every component. For RAWAS, we have 3 indicators: product market, freedom to trade internationally, and trade freedom. The sources are just there. I'm not going to read because of time shortage. Yes. Then indicators of UDU, we have 3 indicators: property rights, protection of physical property, protection of intellectual property. Then indicators of Subat, stability, we have 8 indicators: macroeconomic stability, property rights, fiscal health, monetary freedom, legal enforcement of contracts, protection of property rights, regulatory cost of the sale of real property, and sound money. Then we have indicators of ADL, we have 6 indicators: Gini index, Islamic finance country index, IFCI, business freedom, labor freedom, investment freedom, financial freedom. Then Tanmia, we have 3 indicators: adjusted growth rate, unemployment rate, health, education, and R&D spending percentage of GDP. These are the indicators for our index calculation, and based on the indicators and available data, we have come up with our index, and this is basically our findings and results. So we could not calculate index for all 57 countries because of shortage of data. So we calculated only 39 countries. And if you look at, I just present here top 3 countries and bottom 3 countries in terms of the index results. So here we have first 5 columns talking about the sub indexes, and the final column is talking about Hifzul Mal index. So you see that's Rawas, in this case, United Arab Emirates is first, then Oman is second, and Qatar is third, while from the bottom, Chad is the lowest, the Iran is second lowest, and the Algeria is third lowest. So now look at this, there is a huge gap in terms of scores. Let's look at the UAE. You see they score almost 100 in terms of Rawas, while the Chad, the lowest score is just only 16. So you see the gap is huge. So even though we just calculate only 39, so this you will find across all the sub indexes. If you look at again in clarity, you will see UAE is almost 100, whereas in Bangladesh the bottom then it's just 22. So these are the one thing, that there is a huge gap in terms of scores, so that there is a inequality of in terms of scores and in terms of performance. So finally, if we look at the Hifzul Mal index, and then we'll find that UAE is going to be the first, having 89 score. Malaysia is second, and Qatar is third. And from bottom, then Chad and Algeria and Bangladesh. So these are the overall findings of our index. So now let's look at what is the implication of this scores. So to get some policy responses out of this index, so we have tried to develop a content analysis. Why? Because here in content analysis, we are trying to find out a relationship between Hifzul Mal index and the income level. So in that case, we have categorized the countries based on their income level, and this is developed by World Bank. Every year they publish it. So we have a low income country, we have lower middle income country, we have upper middle income country, we have high income country. On the other hand, we have the scores. So our scores is from 0 to 100. So we have categorized these scores as 4 categories, and we've taken this idea from Human Development Index. So that's why those countries who are performing from 0 to 25, we're talking about very low performance, then low, then medium, and then high. And now if we talk about this horizontal axis, there are the countries based on income level. In the vertical axis, the country is based on the Hifzul Mal index. So now if we divided this whole figure into 4 groups, then we'll find here is first quadrant, then second quadrant, then third quadrant, and fourth quadrant. So this first quadrant is the most desirable quadrant, because here a country is performing well both in terms of income level and at the same time Hifzul Mal index. While this third quadrant is the worst area of performing, because here you are performing worse in terms of both income and Hifzul Mal index. Whereas second, here the country is doing well in terms of Hifzul Mal index, but not doing well in terms of their economic performance as we talk about income level. Whereas in quadrant 4, then this quadrant is a very surprising quadrant, that even though these countries are performing well in terms of their economy, they are higher upper middle income countries, but their performance in Hifzul Mal index is below. So now if we just analyze the first quadrant, then we'll find that there are 15 countries in this quadrant, and we have 7 countries in the high income, but only 2 countries perform high, but rest 5 is only medium. But whereas if you look at the upper middle income countries, there are 8 countries, 7 countries performing medium, only Malaysia is performing high. So now if we look at about these 15 countries into consideration, then from my perspective, Malaysia is performing very well, because in terms of income, they are low than the 7 countries, but still they're performing high in terms of Hifzul Mal index. Whereas in second quadrant, we have another 12 countries. So another 12 countries. So these countries, are performing well in a Hifzul Mal index, but their income is low. So in this case, these countries need to focus much on how to develop their economy well. They need to develop their policy in a way so that they can generate more income, so that they can gradually transform from lower income to lower middle income countries. Those who are in the lower middle income countries, how can they reach to the upper middle income countries and high income countries? So these are the total implications of our analysis. So now I am very end of this paper presentation. So let's conclude and recommendation. So we find wealth is a trust from Allah, and as a viceroy of Allah, we are responsible to safeguard it, that it is Hifzul Mal. So hence we need to develop and use wealth honestly and conscientiously, so that wealth doesn't remain within few hands and it is circulated for removing poverty, fulfilling the needs of all, making life as comfortable as possible for everyone, and promoting equitable distribution of income and wealth. So I would like to conclude with some actionable policy recommendations, that is to encourage research that apply Maqasid Sharia to empirically measure sustainable economic development of the YC countries, to fund to collect reliable and valid data statistics for YC countries so that real picture can be studied, and to develop Hifzul Mal index by involving high-level experts and publish the index every year so that a country can monitor her progress. That's all about my presentation. Thank you very much for listening. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam, Faisal Khan. It is very nice presentation. I hope in the future to see this paper on the international some journal, on the one journal. It is the findings. It is really very nice. I hope you will finish all this result and come to on the journal. Okay. Thank you very much, Faisal. We are going to move to another presentation. The third presentation, a critical analysis of happiness index from Islamic perspective. Baren Tukan from Sabahattin Zaim University. He will going to.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Thank you very much.
The stage on you.
Thank you very much for providing us with this chance to explain our paper. I would like, the paper of my brother Faisal and mine are relevant in terms of Maqasid Sharia. He has made his Maqasid Sharia based on Hifzul Mal, but I'm going to do it based on the rest of Maqasid Sharias. Our topic today is about the happiness indexes from Islamic perspective. I think most of us have heard about happiness, the World Happiness Report, and the happiest countries and happiest nations. My name is Qard Hassan. I will be presenting this with the help of Professor Muhammad Sharif Al-Amri and Mustafa Omar Muhammad, both from Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University and the International Islamic University of Malaysia. To start with, I would like to mention the hadith of the Prophet Muhammad where he says, "By Allah, I do not fear poverty for you. Rather, I fear that you will enjoy ease and plenty like those who came before you, and that you will compete with one another as they did, and you will be destroyed as they were." This is a clear indication of the Prophet Muhammad that is describing and summarizing the situation of the ongoing destructions of the world through every financial crisis that's happening due to the competition over economical gains, which are basically measured by the GDP. The outline of my topic, we'll go through this. We'll start with the introduction, then the literature, reviews, we'll set the objectives, the methodology of the paper research, then the finding, and finally with the conclusion. Let me go straight into the background of our study. Well, there has been so many efforts regarding the measurement of national and international human welfare. These measures might be very simple, such as the GDP per capita, but the latest one, which is the World Happiness Index, is the most complex of them. We believe that because these indexes and measures are based on subjective values of their developers, they cannot be considered as universal measures. Rather, we need a universal measure that is based on the absolute knowledge. And this knowledge, we believe, is the knowledge of the creator of human beings and the world, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And this knowledge can only be found through the message of Islam, which is the only authentic, relevant message of Islam to its originator, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So from there on, we built our study based on the Maqasid Sharia, which has been used to validate the World Happiness Index. To give you a brief history about these measures, the GDP was introduced in 1930s as a measure for economic welfare. In the 1960s, the GDP was adopted by most countries of the world. However, in the 70s, people started to criticize it, and they developed other alternatives, such as the Gross National Happiness Index of the Kingdom of Bhutan, which I'm going to focus on later on. Then in the 1990s, the Human Development Index was introduced by the United Nations. In 2012, the latest version of these indexes came in the form of the World Happiness Index, which is basically coming from the Gross National Happiness Index of the Kingdom of Bhutan, taking its origin in Buddhism and materialism. The World Happiness Report basically has produced till now 7 reports. I would like to draw to your attention into this fact in this report. In the latest report in 2019, if you look at the top 20 happiest countries in the whole report, you can find that none of them is a Muslim country, none of these ones. And when you check the names of the countries, you'll find some strange facts, such as when you find out that the United States is set as one of the top 20 happiest countries, you wonder how it is like that, because we know that the United States, for example, has the highest crime rate and so many other issues with it. When you look at the other Nordic countries, you also question that, because we know that these countries are high in the depression rates. So let me go into our references. In order for us to assess the World Happiness Index, we thought that we have to, first of all, to find out if anybody has done this work before us. And we found only one reference, but it does not really measure or assess the World Happiness Index. It just tries to link happiness and Islamicity amongst each other. So we thought we can do the assessment based on the literature. We checked the literature to find the Maqasid Sharia or Maqasid-based models, but there is the outcome. We found that these works were not designed to assess the socioeconomic and spiritual dimensions of happiness, including the World Happiness Index. So from there on, we set our objectives. We said we have to develop the Maqasid Sharia assessment scheme as a rubric, and then we will assess the World Happiness Index based on this scheme that we have developed. The methodology that we used here for constructing the assessment scheme, we used a qualitative research where we surveyed the literature of Maqasid-based indexes, and we built the scheme from its foundations on the definitions of Maqasid Sharia. And then afterwards, we took all detailed contents of these other literatures, such as, including their elements and factors, and we constructed the whole assessment scheme. As for assessing the World Happiness Index, we used thematic analysis to compare it against the assessment scheme that we have developed. To go to the finding, So I'm sharing with you now the assessment scheme that we have developed. This is a very, very brief idea about it. We built it based on the 5 well-known and agreed upon maqasid, including property, hafdh al-mal, which Brother Faisal have just talked about. And we set it into 2 layers. The first layer is the criteria, which have about 31 criteria, which defines each of these ones operationally. And I'm giving you one example here. For example, in life, you have in the criteria, you have the country or the government has to provide food and health care, but it has to stop or fight crimes and suicides. For these 2 criteria, or any of these criteria, to be measured numerically, we have to have the factors or the elements. So we have about 87 factors. For the suicide rate, we are measuring them through the suicide rates. This is the second level, which I talked about, the criteria. I'm not going to go through this because of time constraints. Let's go and jump from there into our finding regarding the World Happiness Index. After we assessed the World Happiness Index against the scheme which we have developed, the assessment scheme, we found that it is partially not fully, complying with 3 of the 5 maqasid. Maqasid of life, faith, hifdh al-nafs, hifdh al-deen, and property, hifdh al-mal. However, it failed to address any of the other 2 maqasid, which is the posterity, hifdh al-nasl, and intellect, hifdh al-aql. Again, even though they are partially complying with these maqasids, it is with regards to faith, hifdh al-deen, the World Health Index is missing most criteria that are unique to the Muslim nations, such as, for example, preserving of Muslim minds from being corrupted by non-Muslims, setting fitnas amongst the Muslim nations. What is more apparent is that World Happiness Index is also missing universal criteria for measuring happiness, which we mentioned before, such as crime rates, suicide rates, robbery and looting rates, drugs and alcohol consumption rates, depression rates. To conclude, I'm just jumping from there into our conclusion. We could say that regarding the World Happiness Index, we can say that it has found missing very important factors that makes it very questionable even from the non-Muslim perspective, because it's missing the factors which we've just mentioned, including depression, crime, and drug use. For the World Happiness Index to be used as a good index and a meaningful measure for all countries in the and all sections of the society, we propose that it should incorporate some of the maqasid dimensions, maqasid objectives, such as posterity and intellect, where it is mainly lagging. But if it is to be used for measuring the happiness of Muslim nations, they should focus more on the objective of faith for Muslim nations. As for our assessment scheme, which we really feel being the most important outcome of our research, we believe that this assessment scheme is the first effort of building a standard for assessing conventional and Islamic, both conventional or Islamic socioeconomic measurement models, including the Islamicity, which has been mentioned before, or any other measures developed even in the literature which we have studied. This standard can be used to assess these models to find out how much they are complying with Maqasid Sharia. What we have found, basically, which I missed to mention before, is that most of the models which we found out, including the ones which are based on Maqasid Sharia, many of them were varying in understanding and explaining or interpreting Maqasid Sharia and the factors. So Maqasid Sharia interpretation has to be very well and very solid identified against what we are proposing. The major strength of our scheme is that it is inclusive of all literatures that we have seen before and all factors, and with more than 31 criteria and 87 factors. Some might criticize us for basing it only on the classical 5 major Maqasid Sharia only, but we took a bit of a conservative approach towards the modern maqasids, which we believe it can open the door for further research and studies. With this slide, I would like to thank you very much and open the door for any questions if you have.
Thank you very much. It was very nice presentation. Really, your study very nice. Your study on published in the one journal. The good research. Thank you very much. For next presentation, we are going to be. It will be this presentation. It will be on by the video, and the presenter is not ready for this time. I don't know how they are going to organize this presentation. Let me just ask the people, the friends. Right now, we are going to give this presentation online, or just after presentation we are going to do that. Let me just. Alo. Şimdi videoyu mu alacaksınız? Tamam oldu. Okay. They are going to load this video. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Greetings, brothers and sisters, my fellow panelists and participants. I would like to apologize for not being here in person, but nevertheless, I can still present my paper. I'm finishing my final exams, so please make dua for me, inshallah. My paper is a conceptual study, and it's about the relationship between human well-being, morality, and the economy from an Islamic perspective. So just to begin, I make the premise by saying that any economy is underpinned by a certain worldview, values, and conceptions of well-being. So the economy is not a value-free sphere, as we are often led to believe. And if we think of the modern market economy, we realize that it is embedded within a utilitarian philosophy, which is based upon desire fulfillment as minimizing pain and maximizing pleasure. And as Polanyi mentioned, Karl Polanyi in the 1940s, the modern market economy has become disembedded from the social and ethical realms, and it became solely dominated by the profit-seeking motive. And it can be contrasted by pre-modern economies, which were based on notions such as householding, reciprocity, and redistribution. And this leads me to think about what were the pre-modern understandings of well-being prior to utilitarianism, which informed economic thought. So if we think of the Greek or Aristotelian notion of well-being, it was based on eudaimonia. St. Thomas Aquinas had the notion of felicitas. Al-Ghazali and Al-Miskawayh and Farabi had the notions of sa'ada from the Islamic tradition. And each of these traditions, although different, distinct, in each of them, moral virtue was central. And that living a good life entailed living a virtuous life. And therefore, the economy was considered a subsystem of the overall system of living well and living virtuously. So I therefore say we need to reconceptualize our notion of well-being far removed from utilitarianism to go back to moral virtue, and therefore we can develop an Islamic economy based upon moral virtue. And so to begin with, I think it's important to emphasize the metaphysical and theological dimension of the Islamic economy. And we know that Tawheed is the guiding principle, that everything is God-centric, it is guided towards Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And we know from the likes of Ismail al-Faruqi and Naqib al-Atas, two great contemporary scholars have discussed Tawheed in detail. And then we come to the Maqasid al-Khalq, as Raghib al-Isfahani mentioned in his book, Makarim al-Dhari'a ila Makarim al-Sharia. He said that there are three key purposes of creation: servitude, ibadah, stewardship, khilafah, and you can say civilizational building, umran. And by fulfilling each of these purposes, we fulfill our moral agency, which unlocks certain metaphysical laws which are called Sunan of Allah, the ways of God that are mentioned in the Quran. And this enables us to live a good life, a hayat tayyibah, to achieve prosperity and security and improve our affairs. So I would just emphasize from this slide that it's important to bear in mind the theological dimension to Islamic economy. Then when it comes to the well-being philosophy that I believe is the most appropriate, is the one that is based upon the maqasid al-sharia, but it's also informed by the philosophical and tasawwuf frameworks. But we have these 5 goods, al-dururiyat al-khams, and each of these 5 goods, it corresponds to an element of well-being. So we have religion, which corresponds to spiritual well-being, and religion is completely overlooked in secular notions such as the human and sustainable development models. We have the nafs, which refers to physical and psychological well-being. We have a nasl, progeny, which refers to familial and social well-being. We have al-mal, wealth, which refers to material well-being. And we have al-aql, the intellect, which refers to intellectual well-being. So we see a holistic system here, which I believe it is actually an improvement upon what is there in the conventional system, the secular system. And also we have levels of priority from necessities to needs to refinements. But on the other hand, we have negatives, these mafasid, these bads that harm well-being. And so I've tried to detail this in more detail in my paper, where I've broken down each of the 5 goods into various dimensions and components. And that for each of these components, I've looked at the levels of priority of necessities, needs, and refinements. And then I've looked at how there are certain negatives and bads and luxuries that can harm these various goods at different levels. And what I would just like to emphasize here is that many maqasid-based indices have been written and produced, but many of them, unfortunately, are not grounded within maqasid theory, within the theory of the likes of Shatibi or Al-Ghazali, or even contemporary thinkers like Tahir ibn Ashur or Ahmed al-Raisuni. And what tends to happen is that maqasid tends to be instrumentalized to fulfill utilitarian ends, which is extremely dangerous. So I think we need to be very clear on when we talk about hifz al-mal or hifz al-din, what do we mean? It doesn't simply mean, for example, deen doesn't simply mean religious pluralism. Yes, religious pluralism is important, but it is not the central element of this good. Then when we come to the Islamic moral economy, I've divided it into 2 sections. On the one hand, we have the informal institutions, which refers to the behavioral norms or ethics. And on the other hand, we have the formal institutions, which are external to the human being. And the ethics that I've managed to derive from a number of ethico-juristic treaties of the pre-modern period, from the likes of al-Shaybani, al-Lubudi, al-Dimashqi, al-Ghazali, and others, I've extracted and derived 5 key ethics, which I think are most appropriate: purpose, balance, benevolence, cooperation, and management. And I'll just explain these in a bit more detail in the next slide. So when I just want to emphasize from this that each of these ethics, we can look at the etymological root. And when we look at, for example, the word iqtisad, economy, we see that it is, the root word is qasd, which means purpose. And therefore we should think of the economy as having a purpose. Of course, the purpose is towards the tawheed, but each and every good should fulfill its natural function, as the likes of Ghazali mentioned, and of course even Aristotle mentioned earlier in reference to money, in reference to certain goods. Then we come to the notion of adl, the ethic of adl, justice, but which also means balance in Arabic. And by adhering to the norms and principles in the Sharia, we attain balance in the economy as well as justice. But beyond justice, we need to talk about ihsan. And this is where the attainment of real felicity comes in. And then we go on to talk about cooperation, ta'awun. Ta'awun can be contrasted with competition. And so Ibn Khaldun, well before Adam Smith talked about the invisible hand, Ibn Khaldun said that through cooperation, the needs of many people can be achieved and satisfied in many times greater than their number. And even the notion of mu'amala, in Arabic, the words for transaction, it literally means working together. So this should be at the center, that if we want to translate private virtue into public good, we need cooperation. And finally, the concept of tadbir, of management, which was central to all pre-modern understandings of economy. And it starts with management of the self, management of the household, and then management of the political system. And then we come to the formal institutions, and I've just focused on three: the market rules, also the market organization, as well as market governance, the HISPA system, and the endowment system, the Waqf, which really was the core of the non-profit sector. And it fulfilled, through the Waqf system, as we know, in Turkey as well as in many other places across the Muslim world, that the Waqf supported institutions that fulfilled various dimensions of human well-being. And so I would just emphasize that we need to re-embed the economy within the rules that the Prophet, peace be upon him, established, as well as through the governance system. And it should be also supported and substituted by the Waqf system, which actually was the dominant sector of the economy as opposed to the market in the past. And just to summarize in a diagrammatic way, we see that well-being, the 5 essential goods, are at the center. Then we have economic activity, followed by formal institutions, then the behavioral norms, then the Islamic philosophy, and the worldview and order. And we see, therefore, that the economy is embedded, the Islamic economic system is embedded within the Islamic worldview, philosophy, and ethical norms. And this is how we can achieve the 5 essential goods. I discussed a bit more in my paper, the contemporary application, but I won't go into a lot of detail here, but I just want to think about how this can therefore be applied when it comes to market organization, thinking about, for example, employee-owned companies, member-owned cooperatives. When we think about the type of products, are the products fulfilling the aims and objectives of the Sharia? Products such as murabaha and tawarruk seem to go against the objectives of cooperation and risk sharing. And so therefore equity-based profit and loss contracts are more appropriate, such as musharaka and mudaraba. When we come to products, which products are being prioritized? As Habib Ahmed has mentioned, there should be a focus on necessities and needs, with priority given to SMEs, micro businesses, and financially excluded companies and communities, instead of luxuries and wastage. And also we need to revive the not-for-profit sector of the Waqf, which remains as relevant today. As Mittermeier says in her anthropological study of Egypt, how many Egyptians, when they're giving in charity, they are solely motivated by rewarding the hereafter, either as thawab or as barakah and getting blessings in this world. So the Waqf remains relevant to Muslim communities. We shouldn't think of this as simply some idealized system of, rather than Homo economicus, we have Homo Islamicus, which is an impossible dream. No, actually, from even anthropological studies, we see that this is motivating human behavior, and we need to just try to institutionalize this behavior and support it through the economic system. So just to conclude, as I've mentioned, the economy is a subsystem of the overall system of life, grounded in the Islamic worldview, grounded in the ethical system, and it aims towards these 5 goals of well-being. And there are therefore formal institutions which support this. And what I would like to finish on is to highlight that there are many other traditions within moral economy, and personally I consider Islamic economics as one part of a broader moral economy school, which includes Buddhist economics, which includes Christian economics, which includes even secular economic thought, which emphasizes virtue. And of course, we believe the Islamic perspective is the most holistic, but nevertheless, we can benefit a lot from some of the other traditions as well as contemporary thinking that is available. So I would like to stop here, and if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to contact me on my email address as indicated below. Thank you very much, and I hope you have a productive session. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much, was very nice presentation. Right now we are going to last presentation. This last presentation title is New Economic Development Paradigm, Sustainability and Islam. This is something. And I think this presentation, Cem Korkut is going to be attended this section. And Cem, are you there?
Yes,
are you
here.
okay?
Yeah,
Okay,
I
okay. Stage on. This belongs to you. You can talk.
Thank you. Dear chair and audience and participants, first I want to thank all contributors of this conference for the opportunity to present my papers. I said papers because today it's my second presentation. In the first presentation, I mentioned on the basic principles of Islamic microcredits and microenterprise mechanism with the institutions in the history. And in this presentation, I want to draw a general framework of Islamic approach to economic development term, again in the historical, with the historical institutions. I hope you will benefit from it. Here is my presentation plan. First, I want to look at literature, then the role of the religion on development perspective of Islam, and I will then end my presentation. It is the basic questions. Nowadays, it's a famous issue, and recent books about the economic divergence focus on this issue. Why some countries are developed and the others are underdeveloped. Societies have shown different levels of development throughout history. These differences attract the attention of many academics and research, and many actors that explain this difference have been put forward. If you read the book of Jared Diamond, the Guns, Germs, and Steel, he start the book with a question: why we have a lot of goods and services, but Yali is the main character of this first chapter of the book. They don't. So after he started to describe this issue in his site, many studies have been made, especially on the relative lack of Muslim countries from the Europe and North America, which are defined as the West. However, these studies did not focus on the institutions that emerged throughout the history of Islam, especially they did not look at the golden age of the Islam. These theories are also weak in the analysis of the economic system investigated by the Islamic economics. Also, they do not look at the approach to Islam, the concept of development in the different conventional definitions. Here, you can see some of the literature. I will not enter them in detail because of our time limit. Here, as you see, it's a hard fall. The economic system is like that. Islam has constraint on the economic system because it embraces all life. Let's suppose the economic development is a football league. As a classical football game, Islam also puts rules to the account they hereafter or rather will do Islamic football, etc. The teams that want to obey these rules have difficulties to compete with others because the others can score by hand or do a lot of fouls, as you see in the video. Therefore, it is normal for those who do not obey the rules in this league to be in the upper order. So, if there is a development gap, we can look at who obey the rules or who are not. We know that in the golden age of Islam, I extend this in the half of the 19th century, this with the Ottomans. The Muslim countries is the upper in the full world economic system. The impact on the economic development of religious beliefs, cultural values, traditions, customs constantly being discussed, no doubt the unwritten rules and tendencies that regulate the relations of the societies in themselves and with each other also affect the economic activities. The elements such as common expectations and value judgments of society are intertwined with the economic development and growth actors. The mainstream economics theories accept individuals rational. However, it is not necessary to be rational if you believe in especially the hereafter, like in the divine religions. Especially Muslim countries feel the longing of the prosperity most severely today. Muslims are acquiring the current situations because they had glories there in their history. So I think that we made it before and we will make it in the future. How this process developed in the history? It's about the mentality. There are a lot of criticism about the inheritance system in Islam. They say that inheritance system of Islam distribute even the small parts of the goods of someone. Even they give women their share. But the time in the maybe middle age or the after that, in the Western, the biggest, not biggest, the strongest brother take all the inheritance. But we give them to the woman, and it's a critics of the some Western approach about underdevelopment of Islam. They believe that it prevents the capital accumulation. I will not enter too much here. There are a lot of issues. And how this gap occurred in this story. Here you can see African country and who take their sources. They make this literature with a resource curse, but actually you give this curse. It's a not curse. We think it's the benefits of Allah to the countries, but they take these sources from the African countries and call this situation the underdevelopment issue is a resource curse in the literature. There are also ways to connect of underdevelopment of Muslim societies not to give importance to secular and empirical knowledge. These views claim that the acceptance of the closure of the Ijtihad gate is one of the reasons of the underdevelopment. The decrease in academia, economy, and public management in Islamic societies caused the backward of them. These views connect the underdevelopment to the endogenous reasons, especially the religion. On the other hand, they do not mention about the exogenous reason, such as colonialism, imperialism, activities of the West. So maybe there are also endogenous factors, but a big part of them is about the exogenous factor of them. And here I will try to summarize the development perspective of Islam. What is the welfare of the temporary period of life, and VP is the permanent period of life, and D is for economic development. XT and XP are the variables that now have a relationship with the development and affect the welfare. And here we can accept UT is utility in this world, and IH is the utility in the hereafter, and again T is for development, and it's like that. If we understand the variables, their effects, here is a Western economic view. They look at the development as a sum of the imar and irfan. So if you don't have irfan, you still has an imar. But in the Islamic economic view, it is equal as times, imar times irfan. So if you do not have irfan, whether you have a lot of imar, it does not mean in the hereafter. But if you also have both imar and irfan, it is times and times effect. And my time is going. Here I will also look at the institutions in the history of Islam and give the Islamic countries the golden age. One of them is HISPA. It's an auto-control mechanism of the society. When the other is the ILAF. ILAF is now, we can say that the contract law. You know, recently some of the Nobel Prize also go to these issues, the contract law, contract in economics like that. And ILAF is important because, you know, Quraysh has no any army or like that, but they can make Persians and Byzantium with agreement, ILAF agreement, and they can reach, they could be rich with this contract law. It limits, it decreases the transaction cost because, and zakat and sadaqah institutions, and also Waqf, it is about the justice income distribution, and Maqasid Sharia is give us a general framework of how a Muslim protect their religion. When we look at the comparison, you know, there are ethical concern in the Islamic economic view because we have a hereafter thinking. The Protestant ethic covers the all capitalist view in the West End. As you know, it means that if you are rich, you are a good person in the on the God. But if you are poor, it is your fault, and you are a sinner. So it is not comparable with the Islamic economic view. And we are also when we look at the Ottomans until the second half of the 19th centuries, even in the last century of them, when it stopped, it is one way. It is the third economies in the world. One way is the sixth economies of the world. So Muslims can stand against capitalism with their own institutions. And while the capitalism burning the Western countries, we can stand with our own institutions. So we can again revoke them, like the previous keynote speech the Moser Hoja told about that. And it is a process, not evolution, but evolution process or approach. And here it is the current situations. The left one, the material development is exceed the values of humanity. But we know that it must be for a sustainable world, a livable world. Material development will go with the humanity, with the values. And how Islam perspective for inclusive economic development? I think this slide from the Zubair Iqbal presentation is like 4 years. 4 years. Yes, it is 2016 in a presentation of the Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University. He takes fourth pillar of the inclusive economic development in Islamic perspective. One is the Maqasid Sharia, institutional framework of public policy. The other is governance and leadership. Third one is the financial and social inclusion. And the last one is the risk sharing and entrepreneurship distribution. It's the way of the Islamic perspective of inclusive economic development and its sustainable way. And I have 1 minute, and it is my last slide. Development, according to the Islamic perspective, should be approached to increase the welfare in this world and the hereafter in the economic perspective of Islam. Muslims need to have decent income to fulfill their basic worship. Besides, Muslim needs to maintain balance between permanent and temporary life. So it will be a balance with this world and the hereafter in our economic approach. And the fundamental principles of Islam are inherently supportive of development and progress. In fact, Islam essentially seeks to improve the condition individuals and communities to promote individual good work, both for this world and for the hereafter. And it's also have effects for sustainable economic development, because if you think the hereafter, you must think all creatures in the world, even animals, trees, or the other environment. The solution can be found in history, especially when the institutions that caused earlier generation of Muslims to live in prosperity could be accessed to examine well. Those institutions helped Muslims establish strong yet working economic ecosystem, which may be evaluated not only in the purely material terms and mental institutions as solidarity, rightness, honesty, are improved the public welfare by reducing the transaction living cost and were used to gain divine pleasure of Allah in hereafter. In this concept, one understands the need for radical institutional reforms to return to essences of purity of Islam using the achievements level reached throughout the historical course of the Islamic civilization as measuring indicator. And thank for your patience and listening to me. Here you can see my and the Professor Bulut's email. You can ask your questions or make your contributions here. Thank you for listening. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, dear Cem. It was very nice presentation. Actually, I would like to be mentioned this section. It is really very nice organized, and almost all this presentation is completing each other. They are all these presentations, there's conference papers, they're completing, and it is very nice organized this section. That's the reason I would like to thank the conference organizers. It is really, we have listened very nice research and very nice presentation. I would like to be thankful each other. As I see, I am not sure, but as I see on this YouTube section, and we don't have any questions, I think almost this is the last day, and people who they are attending these conference sections, they are get some part they are tiring, and the fourth and last day, and that's the reason we don't have almost any question. As the Cem mentioned, I think the audience, they will ask the question by the email and other kind of communication section. That's the reason. As I see, we don't have any question. I would like to be thanks for all the presenters and all the organizer of this conference. I would like to be close to this section. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Eyvallah.
Thank you, Professor. Teşekkürler hocam.
Thank you. Teşekkürler Cem.
Islamic economics is the collection of rules, values and standards of conduct that organize economic life and establish relations of production in an Islamic society. These rules and standards are based on the Islamic order as recognized in the Quran and Sunnah and the corpus of jurisprudence which was developed over the last 1400 years by thousands of jurists and academicians responding to the changing circumstances and evolving life of Muslims all over the globe. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance is the world's largest organization that enables its quest to be conducted in an academic environment. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance series have started in 1976. This series are considered among the most prestigious academic events in the field of Islamic economics and finance. In the last 45 years, significant contributions to both theory and practice of contemporary Islamic economics and finance have been realized through research and intellectual dialogue. It was held in Mecca, Saudi Arabia, and organized by the King Abdulaziz University. It was organized by International Islamic University, and participants came together in Islamabad, Pakistan. The conference moved into a different continent and held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The organizer was International Islamic University, Malaysia. The fourth conference was held in Loughborough, United Kingdom, and for the first time, it was being officially recognized by Western academic world. The name of the conference series has been changed, and it became International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. Fifth conference, with its new name, was held in Bahrain by the Organization of Bahrain University. It was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, and jointly organized by Indonesian Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank of Indonesia. By the seventh conference, a new session has been included. Hereupon, an Islamic Economics and Finance Education Symposium during the conference has been held as well. The organizer of the seventh conference was King Abdulaziz University, and it took place in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Eighth conference was the beginning of a new trend because more than 100 papers presented during the conference. It was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries and held in Doha, Qatar. Similar to 8th conference, 9th conference was one of the most productive events in the history of the series. In total, these two conferences have produced 5 English volumes and 2 Arabic volumes of the papers presented. 9th conference was held in Istanbul, Turkey, and organized by the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries. After 2 years, Doha became the host of the conference again. 10th conference was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and Economic and Social Research and Training Center of Islamic Countries. The final stop of the series was Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and International Islamic University, Malaysia, where Islamic Research and Training Institute and International Association for Islamic Economics undertook the organization. There are some cities that can welcome all in its rich culture and heritage. It can unite continents, oceans, roads, and give life to business. Even at the age of 8,500, they continue to inspire the world. Istanbul is one such city, the seat of 3 great empires, a city that embraces 2 continents and welcomes the sea at its heart. Istanbul is the only city to maintain its stance as an economic center in every period of history. Currently, Istanbul is standing out as the major economic center of the country with a GNP share of approximately 23%. Almost all the headquarters of insurance, leasing, factoring companies, and private finance firms are based in Istanbul. The Istanbul Stock Exchange, established as a free zone, is rapidly rising as one of the significant markets of the world. This great historical city is redefining itself as international finance, real estate, and tourism destination. In phase with previous conferences held in different parts of the world, and organized by esteemed institutions. For the second time, the conference is taking place in Istanbul, Turkey, under the theme Sustainable Development for Real Economy. 12th Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance will provide a platform for dialogue and discussions between policymakers, academicians, researchers, graduate students, and practitioners to address the problems of sustainable development in the Fourth Industrial Revolution era from the perspective of Islamic economics and finance. It has been jointly organized by Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, Islamic Research and Training Institute, International Association for Islamic Economics, Hamad bin Khalifa University, and Participation Banks Association of Turkey. Finally, we would like to express our thanks to each author of 132 papers that will be presented during the conference. Welcome to 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance.